Dear God, please don't let me relapse and return to the evil that men do. Father God, I pray and ask that you help me to have mercy on others the same way I would want you to have mercy on me. Father God, I also ask that you help me to be quick to forgive and slow to get angry. Amen, amen, amen. These young dudes out here don't respect shit until you put the barrel in their ear and let the text spit. I just might catch a case on my next hit, remove their whole face on some special effect shit. So show respect, Drake, or I'ma have a flashback. Digging through the dresser like fuck it, where my mask at? The mash back with the banger and damage shit and say fuck everything I learned in anger management. Hop back on some east side damage shit and push a nigga's top back when I let the cannon spit. Start planning shit, premeditation. I'm in love with the streets again, rededication. Casket or cremation when I shoot you down. I was built for the smoke like a hookah lounge. I keep big shit that sound like a bazooka sound, and I shoot quicker than ain't gotta be a hoop around. Dear God, please don't let me relapse and return to the G-Ride with 3 straps. A ski mask with the case, squeezing keys apps, spraying everything from a nigga's brain to his kneecaps. Dear God, please don't let me relapse and return to the G-Ride with 3 straps. A ski mask with the case, squeezing keys apps, spraying everything from a nigga's brain to his kneecaps. Gun on me, it ain't never for show, homie. I'm far from a bully, but I'm never a hoe. Get out of line, my Beretta will blow. Real talk, we can take the beef wherever we go. I bring it to your front door like I'm Uber Eats. I guarantee you listen up when this Ruger speaks. Plus I maneuver through these streets like a ghost, and I'm handy with the heat. I cook a nigga like a roast. On me, homie, this is not a boast. I will still come through, boy, and stop a nigga's post. Play him close, man, Eric will ease it. Quickly off the waistband, man, and Eric will squeeze it. Leave you niggas laid out dead or paraplegic. Niggas playing in these streets while I'm very strategic. I come to your house dressed like the gas man. Shoot you 9 times, leave you stretched by the trash can. Dear God, please don't let me relapse and return to the G-Ride with 3 straps. A ski mask with the case, squeezing keys apps, spraying everything from a nigga's brain to his kneecaps. Dear God, please don't let me relapse and return to the G-Ride with the 3 straps. A ski mask with the case, squeezing keys apps, spraying everything from a nigga's brain to his kneecaps. I don't put shit on Facebook, I just holler in person. Put the pistol in your mouth while you're hollering and cursing. All that shit you kept rehearsing and put on your live. Got your clap with the big 4-5, you bitch nigga. If you tell me to pull up, I'ma do that. That nigga who was whooping first nigga that I shoot at. Ski mask on my face, bystanders be like, who that? I ain't with the talking, bitch boy, I thought you knew that. Leave his brains where my shoe at and bounce like I'm on a trampoline. Leave you laid out, nigga, like you camping on the scene. If you want something sweet, grab a peach or tangerine. Niggas won't smoke, well fuck it, I'ma let them handle steam. AR with the beam, you see the red dot? We tug on this trigger, nigga, it'll make your head pop. Blood pouring down to your shoes, call it Red Sox. Your brains hanging all over your shoulders like some dreadlocks. Expect the gang of dead off if they ever cross the line. The Lord said in the Bible, oh, revenge is mine. So I'm just trying to find a righteous path between the two. Before I lose control and do the shit I used to do. This being humble shit is new. I'm trying to turn the other cheek, but I ain't never been a bitch, so watch your mouth when you speak. Your mercy's what I seek, so I pray on bended knees. Don't let me get the K with the extended clip and squeeze. Lord, please. Dear God, please don't let me relapse and return to the G-Ride with 3 straps. A ski mask with the case, squeezing keys apps, spraying everything from a nigga's brain to his kneecaps. Dear God, please don't let me relapse and return to the G-Ride with 3 straps. A ski mask with the case, squeezing keys apps, spraying everything from a nigga's brain to his kneecaps.
All right, y'all. That's Brother Eric. Like I always tell y'all go over there, check him out. Better known as 16 to Life. You can go over there and check him out at his YouTube page, or you can go over and check him out at 16tolife.com. Get his merch, get his music, or you might have a project you want to put him on, man. You might want to, get him to, the dude has he is a funny cat, man. So he's got a lot of different voices he can do, man. He can do some voiceover work for you, man. Let's put this cat to work, man. You know what I'm saying? Brother did 24 years in the, in the California penal system, man. He paid his debt to society. And now, he's just trying to, walk on the right side and not go back and try to teach other young cats not to go back, man. So, if you can work with the brother, you got something you can put him on, man, get in touch with him and give him some work, man. Let's give him some work. Let's put him to work so you don't have to, relapse like he like he said. Right? Shout out to brother Eric. I got to get in touch with him too, man. I got a project to put him on, put him to work on. All right. Shout out to my sister Reza Neal, always in the house, strong soldier for the community and strong soldier for the webpage. Appreciate you, Sister Reza. Always in the house. Sister Quantum, good to see you in the house. Always in the house. Whether you agree with us or disagree with us, you're always in the house. Appreciate you. Appreciate you guys in the house and sticking in with us. Today we got a really interesting topic. You can thank your sister Patrice for bringing that up to me. She said, "Hey man, why don't we do this?" I said, that's a pretty good idea. Let's do it. And I could tell by everybody waiting that it was something that people want to hear about. Well, at least y'all want to hear our perspective on that. Shout out to OG Patrice. OG Patrice is in the house. Y'all got her to thank for the topic that we got today. And but that's my sister OG Patrice. You know what I'm saying? See her out in the streets. Just tell her what's up to her. OG Patrice has done a lot of stuff behind the scenes, try to make these YouTube streets safe for everybody to walk down. So, you know what I mean? But she don't come out here and toot her own horn. I'll toot her horn for her. But man, it's a strong sister, man, and she never goes out disrespecting people, but people disrespect her all the time, and I don't think that's right. You know what I'm saying? But what can we do, right? What can we do? You know what I'm saying? We just try to make sure that it don't happen here. You know what I'm saying? We can't control other people's platforms, but we can only control what's going on here. All right. So I think Patrice will be up here shortly. If you can hear me, Patrice, I sent you the link. I sent Rico the link, so you guys, they should be here in not too long. All right. Y'all seen the title, and we've all heard about Tim Norman, right? First of all, who is Tim Norton? Who is Norman? Tim Norton, not Norton. Norman, Timothy Norman. Who is Timothy Norman? Okay, I remember a few years ago there was a show on Oprah Winfrey Network. There was a show called Sweetie Pies, right? You guys remember that show? No, go look it up. Show called Sweetie Pies. Well, in this show, Sweetie Pies, there was a lady that was the focal point of the show. She owned these restaurants. I think she had a couple in St. Louis, and then maybe one or two down in Mississippi. But she was running these restaurants in St. Louis, and her son Tim, who was in jail. Okay, right on, Patrice. Her son Tim, that was in jail for most of his life for committing a murder when he was really young. He got paroled, and so the mother, who used to be on stage with Ike and Tina Turner, she used to be Ikeette. She used to be on stage with Ike and Tina Turner for many years. She opened up these soul food restaurants, right? And so when her son got out of prison, he needed a job, right? So she gave him a job. Well, he worked with the restaurant, and so he worked and worked and worked, and to the point where he was considered a partner in the business, not a full partner, but a junior partner in the business, right? Well, he created such a buzz in this working for the place and just trying to make the business better, that I guess OWN ran across them some type of way, and they gave them a show, gave them a reality show. Welcome to Sweetie Pies, right? Okay, so Tim Norton is the son of the former Ikeette, Robbie Montgomery. Robbie Montgomery is the actual lady that actually owns the business, Sweetie Pie. She actually owns the business, right? So anyway, she was the one that gave, and so her and her family, most of her family, her two sisters and their children, all at some point worked for this restaurant chain called Sweetie Pies, right? It's mostly a family owned, a black owned business, family owned. Okay, but Tim unfortunately was opening restaurants behind the mother's back. What's up, Rico? Yeah, Tim was opening restaurants behind the mother's back. At the latter part of the reality show, matter of fact, he opened up a restaurant out here in Inglewood, right? Yeah, he actually opened two out here. He was trying to open one in Inglewood, and he opened one out here in the San Fernando Valley, right? And just on the other side, the north side of Hollywood, right? Shout out to Brother Daryl. Yeah, he opened up one on the north side of Hollywood, and just it was a chaotic mess, right? You know what I'm saying? So they ended up having to close that one down, and then they ended up closing down this they never even got the doors open on this one in here in Inglewood. They never even got the doors open on that one because the mother ended up having to sue him to stop him from opening up all these restaurants where uh, the mother Robbie was getting reports that the food wasn't tasting the way she wanted it to taste. Like she had a big quality issue with all these other restaurants that was being opening up, right? Anyway, but I think Tim's idea was to try to open up all these restaurants, create this big chain, and then sell the chain. I think that was his that was his what he was trying to do. Anyway, um, so the mother ended up suing Tim, right? Robbie ended up suing Tim at some point to get him to cease and desist opening up all these restaurants in her name, in the business name. So that situation, I think that was the situation that stopped the situation in Inglewood. All right, so even though they invested all that money into that place, the doors never opened over there. So anyway, long story short, the nephew, one of Robbie's sisters, had a son. Boy's probably about 18. I think he was 17 or 18, something like that. She had a son, and it was Tim's cousin, and he got killed all of a sudden, like in the second or third season of the show, he got killed, and it was like, man, but it was made out to be like he got killed out there on the streets. Shout out to Jill's Chocolate Boutique. Yeah, it was made out to be like he got killed out there on the streets, but he didn't. But that's not what happened. Now we getting reports what actually went down. Rico.
Yes, sir.
Is the family that's gonna get you, brother?
Hey, I have to give you your prop. Your thumbnail and your title game was on point with this one. I was like, yeah, that's right on time. I hate that this story has to be about us, but it's about us.
Yeah.
Yeah, it happens. It happens in all communities, but that goes back to the some of the topic that we talk about all the time. Family has lost sense of family. I mean, families, they say money is the root of all evil, and it's pretty much always been that way. But it used to be a point in time where family was, you didn't have so many people. Like now today, as much as I would like to come into money, I'm oftentimes glad that I don't have any, because I don't want to see, I don't think, well, I know a couple of them do. I don't want to see the dark side of family members.
Right.
Once they start to lust after coin when you come into wealth and means and money. And it's a shame. It didn't used to be as bad as it is today. Today is terrible, but I'm not going to say that it didn't exist already. It did. It existed. You go back to 1900s, they just was nice to you praying. They just prayed your ass died every day. Nowadays, they're going to help your ass die. That's
Yeah, man.
different.
Yeah.
Back then, they used to be in the 1920s. Please let them die. Please. They would pray every day for you to die. Today, they're going to speed it up because you ain't going fast enough. So, it's I couldn't do it. I couldn't do it. It would haunt the living shit out of me. And the really crazy part about it is what I don't get is I'm like, ain't none of you motherfuckers ever getting away with it.
That's what I don't understand.
You always get caught.
I don't understand how they even thought.
You don't get to keep the money. You ain't gonna get to spend the money. You always get caught. They was talking about some dude that won $10 million in the lottery and killed his mistress or some shit. And I'm like,
oh man,
why do people think they're gonna get away with it?
I don't know. I don't know what they think, man.
And like you said, if you rich and you end up dead, clients, you know who the first people they gonna look at, right?
Who?
Your fucking family.
Yeah, exactly.
They automatically look at it first. Yeah. They gonna start with the wife.
Yeah.
She better have a good damn alibi. Then they gonna work their way out to them kids. They even gonna check the grandbaby. Grandbaby gotta have an alibi. Because that's where they're going to start. But they ain't going to start out here with strangers. Yeah. So I be telling family, I'm like, how you think you're going to kill me, poison me or whatever, and get away with this shit? Yeah. Yeah. And we ain't the greatest criminals. Running around with gunpowder residue all on your hands and shit. Come on.
Well, see, he thought he was slick, man. The way he did it was so convoluted, bro. So what happened was, I'm going to give you the short version. Mm-hmm. What happened was, he went and he hooked up with this dude that was an insurance agent. Hooked up with him and this other chick, and they forged old boy's name on the insurance policy. Forged all his information on their signature and everything.
So who we talking about though now? Because I didn't.
Oh, okay. We're talking about Tim Norman. Tim Norman. He's in jail right now. Yeah, he was in jail. I think they got him on a parole violation. So that was what they used.
He's the son of Sweetie Pie.
He's the son of Sweetie Pie. Okay. And he set this situation up where his nephew would get killed so that he could get this $450,000 insurance policy.
On his nephew.
On his nephew. That his nephew never signed, never saw, never nothing. But they had a crooked insurance agent and another chick that was involved. Her job was to lure him to whatever the spot was where they actually murked him at, right?
He murked his own damn nephew.
His own nephew, brother, brought his own nephew in there, and they brought another cat in to actually pull the trigger on him. So yeah, man, yeah. And see, they thought it was strange because he went right to try to cash the pot, and you know what I'm saying, like. They don't know how to wait, right?
The next day. The next day, they call him. They call him the next day.
And you know, the insurance companies, man, whenever the police is investigating, they're not gonna do nothing until that police investigation is over, right?
And what the policy was like 3 months old?
Right, 6. I think it was like 6 months old. It's like, like the next day after you gotta, have the policy.
I think exactly. I think most insurance companies have like a standard 2 years before they would not question it. Yeah. I think it's something usually like 2 years. If you get a policy less than 2 years old, we going through a long. We'll give it to you, but we're gonna make sure this shit check out first.
Right. So that's what they was doing, and then that's when it just got, and then what happens, what always happens when you get, and this, I don't understand why black people do this. Black people try to get a conglomerate of people to try to commit this crime, right? But somebody always opens their mouth, right?
Yeah, but
they got a saying, first one talking is the first one walking, right? Yeah. So everybody starts singing and talking.
This insurance fraud knocking people off, that shit is more common than what you think.
Yeah, it is.
There's a lot of people, because I know they had this white couple that was they had the same thing with a dirty insurance agent, and the dude had a farm, and he kept getting it on homeless people because he knew nobody would look for them.
Right.
And after a while, but they caught on to their ass, and he had like a dozen homeless workers would come work his farm. They living there. He softened them up, get them to put the insurance policy. Him and his woman, she give him a little tail. She give him a little tail, sleep with him, and sure enough, they started killing them. And they got about 8-10 of them before they got caught. But like I said, everything the whole time, the insurance company, the police were like all the way from day one. It was like this shit just didn't add up. It just didn't smell right. And why are these homeless people naming a beneficiary people they work for?
Right.
So, but I mean, I guess they think they smart, but like they say, they dumb as hell.
Man, I don't understand why they even don't think, man, you know, this is probably what's going to happen. So they should at least plan for that, right? If you're going to do it right. Plan. You should, okay, we're going to have to sit on this for a couple of years, right?
Dumb
but
as
anyway,
hell.
Patrice, are you there?
Hey, what's happening?
Hey, Miss Lady, what's going on with you?
Yeah.
Can you guys hear me?
Yeah, we can hear you. Sound good. What do you think, Patrice? Before we get into the video, what do you think about Tim?
Man, this is crazy. He definitely shows signs of, and I'm gonna say, you know, I'm not a medical advisor or anything or a therapist, but he shows signs of a clear narcissistic, sociopathic type of personality of a person. To know that he, you know, had got locked up at 17 and he did 10 years. He did 10 years in there. And in one of his interviews, he talks about how he was in solitary confinement for a whole year straight. I don't know what he did, but for a whole year, he was in solitary confinement out of the 10 years that he did in prison. And you have to think that he, in his mind, he's still institutionalized. And it's been medically proven that being in solitary confinement for that long can cause some definitely mental issues, right? So coming out, at 27, he goes in at 17, does 10 years, come out at 27. And, you know, it's allegedly heard even in prison, like he was kind of running things, you know, because I think because who his mother was and she had money, you know, he was well kept in there. So I heard allegedly that even when he was in there, he was kind of running things.
So what was he locked up the first time for, Patrice?
Murder.
Yeah.
He murdered somebody.
And just throw the motherfucker away. I can't do that.
and
got 10 years the first time for murder?
Yeah. And unfortunately, you know, Sweetie Pie has had to go through all of these tragedies of losing Black men in their family because his father, Tim's father, was murdered when she was pregnant with him. His father was murdered in St. Louis, and then also Tim's brother was murdered in St. Louis.
You're right,
brother. So so this young man, his nephew, that was murdered, was his only brother's son. So he was the only son. So the grandchild of Robbie, and also he ended up being murked. And it's, you know, I know Tim is innocent until proven guilty, but it's not looking good for the brother because apparently all of this evidence has come forward with text messages, phone records, the insurance policy that was forged, the coercion between the insurance guy that he hired, the stripper girl that he hired, and the guy that he hired to allegedly commit the murder, right? So all of this is tied in. And then the young man that committed the murder names Tim as the person who conspired, planned, put it all together to have it happen, to pay him $5,000. So this young man risked his freedom and his life for $5,000.
I just don't get it.
And you know,
So
ain't nobody gonna just up and name you an innocent person on a conspiracy if your ass wasn't involved.
Right.
And in addition, they have, like you said, it's not. People always say that, like, the law don't work the way where they just take your word. Where everybody was on this whole whirlwind, women out here. I'm like that. Even when women put charges on men, you have to have additional evidence than anybody's just word. You cannot prosecute anybody just on an accusation. You have to have corroborating evidence, meaning evidence that supports the accusation. They got plenty of it on it, and it's two things where I may sound a little harsh, but I just say throw the nigga away. Is he murked him, and that was his nephew.
Yeah,
that's not a stranger on the street. That was
blood nephew. That's his brother. That is his brother's child. His brother's child.
So
his own brother's child.
I can sympathize with everything you've been through, but nigga, you did not know that was your fucking nephew.
Yeah.
He knew. No, without a doubt.
That's a bridge
too far to me. But it started. It started. If you know, I used to watch the show, so I stopped watching it right after that happened. So it's some things that happened prior to that led up to what I would believe and give my perspective and view and opinion on as to why this probably happened. Okay, the nephew was on I think the first 2 or 3 seasons. He made a decision when Oprah came to them to renew the contract. He made a decision to not to continue to be a part of the reality TV because he wanted to pursue his career in rap.
Okay.
So I believe that that's kind of where it started, with him and his uncle Tim kind of bumping heads, where he chose his rap career over coming and being a part of the family and doing his thing. So he kind of like told Oprah, no, listen. He wanted to do his thing, and I commend him for standing up in what he believed in, what he wanted to do. He was a young man, 21 years old, and he started going into the studio. And then do another time where Miss Robbie's home, when she was on vacation, her home was broken into, and over $200,000 and some was stolen, jewelry, things like that. And it's alleged that they thought that Dre was behind it, but when Dre was questioned, he said he believed that it was his uncle that was behind it, Tim. That's where all of that started. And I think because of Dre making a choice to leave, and it was alleged already that he was already gone and had nothing, he took a lie detector test and everything. He had nothing to do with it, but he did mention he was sus. He said my uncle was suspect.
And listen, he probably was right.
Hello,
he probably was right.
Yeah.
Listen, you know what I'm saying?
The first Merk and the second Merk. Yeah, I'm gonna look at that nigga too.
You have to look at the behavior of Tim, right? He had just started opening these stores, wasn't getting his mother's permission, spending money, buying merch, doing this, opening these places, these locations. Her and her company had to end up suing him, right?
How long was he out of jail before she brought him into? Because like you said, he was 17 when he went in, so he got out at 27. So how old is he now?
I think he's 40 something now.
Oh, okay, so he's been out a while.
Yeah, he's been out for some years. Yeah, but again, I honestly, in my opinion, I think he was already something up here going on and just
So
institutionalized.
That's more than just the incarceration, because he been removed from it at least 10 years. That I'm not saying you don't carry some of the trauma, but your ass managed to stay on the outside for 10 years. It couldn't be that.
Yeah, he's 43.
Yeah, but again, you got to think
so
of what type of person. But you got to think of what type of personality.
Like that.
You have to think about what type of personality that led him into it in the first place, even when he was 17. Mm-hmm. So just think about being a 17-year-old to do what you did at 17. Of course, he got charged as an adult, so he did the 10 years, which I think was lifetime for a Merk. But
right.
Comes out at 27, you institutionalize. You already have a frame of mind of a type of person you are anyway before you go in there. Yeah, some people are already messed up before they go in there and they commit these crimes because they are sociopathic, right? They have the sociopaths. And this is just my opinion and views. I'm not a medical or therapist or counselor. I'm just giving my opinion of it. Mm-hmm. And then the behavior that he eluded after he got out, if you watched any of the episodes, just his behavior sometimes, and he had really, really a lot of discord for Tim. He didn't have it for the other nephew. I can't think of the other nephew name. He didn't have it for him, but
you're talking about the alphabet nephew.
Yes, he didn't have it for him. He had it for Dre for some reason. He was harder on Dre. And then, like I said, when everything that transpired with the break-in and Dre leaving and choosing to do the rap career, I think that's where, the decision, he made the decision to want to have something plan, plot, and conspire to allegedly have something done to his own nephew for the money. His mother had stopped him. Robbie had stopped him, sued him, stopped him from spending all his money and doing things, and he was still not listening to her. Probably in some of this footage you're going to play, like this guy clearly has issues. And one of the basketball girls, Jennifer Williams, used to date him, and she stopped dating him because she said that he was crazy.
Yeah, I remember that.
And nobody wanted to listen to her. They didn't like parenting. So listen, I think that sister dodged a bullet, right? I think she dodged a bullet.
Yeah. I remember, Patrice, everybody thought, shout out to Brother Anderson, my Taurus brother. So I remember when everybody was dogging his son's mother. Mm-hmm. They were dragging her to saying that she was keeping him from seeing his son. Well, now we know why. He was a nut case, right? he was a nut, and she knew it, but nobody believed her. Everybody was saying, "Oh man, she's just an evil. She's keeping him from his son." Yeah, because she knew what he was capable of.
Because she loved her fucking son, and if you know you procreated with a nut, you have a duty and an obligation to protect your child over his fucking feelings. And the reason why I said that, Patrice, is because I have two very close, immediate family members who have been lifelonger in and out of jail, and they're just larcenists. They just have, like you said, a larcenist personality. I got a nephew, he's 40 now. He stole from me, he stole from my mother, he would steal from anybody. He ain't got no bodies that I'm aware of, but that's the one I told you with 20 plus kids. In and out of jail, and what happens is that behavior with Tim, which I have to watch the clip when you were saying the contention he has with Dre, because even with this nephew, now he's younger than me, and I was always hard on his ass trying to beat the devil out of him, and then I had to fight my sister, so that's why she wouldn't let me. I was trying to save the motherfucker, she wouldn't let me. But what he would end up doing is, because those people who have this larcenous behavior and mentality of in and out of the jail for the streets, the ghetto shit, they resent the ones who go the opposite way. So they'll look at their cousins and their family members and their siblings. While he didn't care that much about the one in the alphabet community, because he probably figured he's going through enough scoring, so who cares? If Dre, they'll look at it and like my nephew be like, oh, he's just a little goody two shoes. I'm like, he ain't even that good. He's a goody two shoes compared to your Larson his ass. And they have a lot of anger and niggas that be in and out of jail don't like people who don't go to jail. They want everybody to have a rap sheet just like them. They will be envious because they'll see a regular guy get some praise that they ain't never got and ain't never getting. Cause it's like, motherfucker, you ain't been number in and out of jail. No, ain't nobody praising you for nothing. And they tender. I got an older brother like that, and he just aged out of it because now he's, those old convicts when they hit them that 60, 65, and they can't do that shit no more. So I told myself, I said, this nigga got another 20 years. By the time he hit 59, 60, he will age out of it, but nothing else. He's 40 years old. He done spent 25 years of his life incarcerated, probably about 15 fucking times. It just doesn't
institutionalized. It doesn't matter how long, like they said, Tim has been out for a long time, but I'm telling you, Tim was already broken before he went in. He did the 10 years. He became more broken and institutionalized. And then you come out into society and it still doesn't change that narcissistic sociopathic behavior. And he eludes that behavior. And even when he did an interview and they were talking about all, the Merk of his father, the Merk of his brother, when it got to Dre, when Miss Robbie was talking about Dre, Tim never showed remorse for Dre. He talked about his dad. He conjured up like fake tears, like he was choking up when he was talking about his brother. But when Miss Robbie was talking about Dre, and this was not long after the Merk, so they hadn't caught on to Tim yet. But when he did, when him and Miss Robbie was doing the interview, I promise you, he didn't say one word about Dre and showed no remorse. And this was right after the Merk, because in his mind he already knew what he had did.
He knew he did it.
Yeah.
He just
allegedly.
Niggas ain't looking at me.
You still gotta say allegedly.
Okay, y'all. Let's look at the video and let's see what we can learn from the video.
Okay.
Right. Shout out to Chronicle.
So James Timothy Norman, aka Mr. Dumps in the Truck, thighs like what, can no longer prolong the inevitable. Tim has been sitting in the jail for almost 2 years awaiting trial for the murder of his nephew, Andre Montgomery. Now, I told y'all a few videos ago that I heard his accomplices were in there singing like canaries. Tim might have the faith of a mustard seed, but he has the hips of a seed that can grow a watermelon. Those hips, Miss Robbie's.
Okay, let's put it back here. This is Tim Norman.
Fair use.
Oh, let me find a fair use.
Fair use, and also shout out to the content creator. You got to make sure you mention.
Yeah, who is the content creator?
Let's see.
Her name is
at the beginning.
What's that? If we got their page, shout out their page as well.
Let's see. Who is it? Chronicle Speaks.
Shout out to Chronicle Speaks. Go over there and subscribe and check that sister out.
Yeah. Check this out. She did a real good job on these breakdowns.
Yeah.
Okay. Chronicle Speaks. Yeah, check out. Shout out to Chronicle Speaks. Okay. So this is Tim Norman. This is the insurance. This is the crooked insurance man.
Yes.
This is the stripper.
Yes.
And this is the trigger man.
The insurance guy, he Middle Eastern or something, right?
Yeah, right.
Okay.
Right. So he's
his ass going to jail too.
Yeah, man. I mean, all of these people are gonna get it, man. Hold on 1 second, y'all.
Par for the course.
They all singing. They all singing like birds.
Yeah, and that's what's wrong. See, a lot of our people, man, y'all do stuff, man, and y'all think, hey, we all homies. We all good. No, man. If you're gonna do something, do it by yourself. Because when you do it with a group of people,
I'm gonna tell y'all a real personal story I got to tell. after we go through this that's very similar to this.
Okay.
Very similar to this. Almost
You
fucking identical.
Rico, you didn't murk nobody for the.
No.
All right, I'm just making sure, man. Because
I knew the victim though. We coached.
That is one thing I will snitch on you about, man. If you don't split that money with me, I'm gonna snitch on you for sure.
The thing I will say, guys, is that what's happening now with Tim's case is him and his lawyers trying to get the courts to not have his cell phone admissible because they're saying that they obtained it illegally. But you already know it's got to be a ton of evidence on there. That's the real reason why they don't want that phone to be admissible in court and as evidence or as an exhibit. Is they trying to say, oh, that it was an illegal search and seizure and confiscation of the cell phone. So
well, this is what I heard. I think this sister did that too. What broke that down too was him and his lawyers are saying that they had a search warrant for the residence, not him, but they had because he was there. They had the search warrant. The police said because he was there, they have a right to search him, right? And so since he went back into the house and got the cell phone, that's how they got the cell phone. They was able to search him, if I'm not mistaken. If any of you guys in the chat have something different, but that's my understanding of what was the issue was they was because they found it on his person. That means that they were saying they didn't have a search warrant for him. They had a search warrant for the residence, so they wasn't supposed to search him.
But let's see the breakdown.
Okay, let's see the breakdown.
And also, they had burner phones too, but they even got records from burner phones. People think that burner phones can't be traced sometimes, but if they're not destroyed, and it was they trace back to where they even purchased the burner phone. So it's just evidence upon evidence is piling up on them.
Okay, so right now everybody's on the same page. This is Miss Robbie's son. This is the crooked insurance man. This is the stripper, and this is the trigger man. Right?
Correct.
All the elements of a good murder mystery. Right? Okay, so now we're gonna go forward and see if we can get some more information about this whole situation. All right.
As the hips of a seed that can grow a watermelon. Those hips, Miss Robbie's money, nor those expensive attorneys were going to save Tim from D-Day, which is coming very soon. But before we get into all of that, be sure to subscribe to this channel and hit the bell for notifications so you don't miss out on any of this tea. Now let's get back into it. So we've all been waiting for trial to be set in the case of James Timothy Norman and his 3 alleged accomplices, Terica Ellis, Wally Wael Yagnam, and Travell Anthony Hill. So if you're not up to date, I have a few videos on this topic, but to do a quick recap, James Norman was a cast member on the hit television show Welcome to Sweetie Pies with his mother, legendary singer of the Ikettes, Miss Robbie Montgomery, who turned her cooking passion into a highly acclaimed restaurant in St. Louis, Missouri that garnered her a TV show on the OWN network. With this being a family-owned business, Miss Robbie also hired her grandson, Andre Montgomery, who was the son of Miss Robbie's late son, Andre Sr. Tim seemed to always have ill feelings towards Andre that the viewers quickly picked up on, but no one imagined that Tim would be the alleged person to actually hire someone to take Andre's life. On March 14, 2016, Andre was murdered on the 3600 block of Natural Bridge Avenue, and for years there were no arrests made, no updates on this story, no nothing. That was until August of 2020 when the house of cards came tumbling down. Tim was arrested, Terica, Wael, and later the alleged shooter Travell, who later told on himself on a jail telephone. This case couldn't have been calculated by a bigger bunch of dummies than this one that fumbled the ball, being caught up with a burner phone, having the alleged shooter use his personal telephone that
Setting up our Squarespace online store was really
that was picked up by cell phone towers by the scene of the crime, and the insurance agent Wael messing up on the policy paperwork that Tim took out on Andre. There have been many halts in this case with COVID, Tim switching attorneys, Tim filing motions. Well, all of that is coming to a head because the shooter, Travell Anthony Hill, has entered a plea of guilty, and in this plea, he is telling it all. And Tim and Terica might not have a leg to stand on by the time all of this is said and done. So me being...
All right, guys. So far, so good.
It lines up perfect. Keep going. The can't shoot straight game.
Yeah.
That's perfect. Okay. That's the can't shoot straight game.
Okay, so everybody understand where we're at now. Okay.
Perfect.
Being a curious individual, started wondering to myself, what the heck did they offer Travell to make him sing like this? Because we all know that snitching is highly frowned upon and typically comes with some type of consequence, right? Well, looking at this guilty plea, this is exactly what happened. It says, pursuant to Rule 11C1A, Federal Rules of Criminal Procedure, in exchange for the defendant's voluntary plea of guilty to the offenses in Count 1 and Count 2 of the superseding indictment, the government agrees that no further federal prosecution will be brought in this district relative to the defendant's agreement to use a facility of interstate commerce, a cellular telephone, to commit the murder of Andre Montgomery in exchange for monetary compensation on or about March 14th, 2016, of which the government is aware of at this time. In addition, the parties agree that the U.S. Sentencing Guideline total offense level analysis agreed to by the parties herein is the result of negotiation and led in part to the guilty plea. The parties further agree that either party may request a sentence above or below the U.S. Sentencing Guideline range, combination of total offense level and criminal history category, ultimately determined by the court pursuant to any chapter of the guidelines in Title 18, United States State Code, Section 3553A. The parties further agree that notice of any such request will be given no later than 10 days prior to the sentencing, and that said notice shall specify the legal and factual basis for the request, i.e., the DA showed him everything that they have, told him that he was going down. The only way to get a lesser sentence is to be the snitch on Tim. So they had all of these different charges brought against him. They said, we'll give you Count 1 and Count 2. We'll take the interstate commerce and use of a cell phone and you collecting money for this murder if you can implicate Tim and everybody else that was involved. And he said, okay, I'll do it. Okay, so this is what they're saying happened. On March 14, 2016, at approximately 8:02 p.m., Andre Montgomery, hereinafter Montgomery, was killed by gunfire at 3964 Natural Bridge Avenue, which is located in the city of St. Louis within the Eastern District of Missouri. Montgomery's cellular telephone was located in close proximity to his body and was forensically examined following his murder. Witnesses at the scene of the homicide indicated that Montgomery went outside to meet someone after receiving a telephone call and was shot and killed shortly thereafter. Several days prior to March 14, 2016, defendant Travell Hill had met with an unindicted mutual acquaintance of Hill and co-defendant James Timothy Norman, who was Montgomery's uncle. At that meeting, the mutual acquaintance informed Hill that Norman wanted Montgomery dead and that Montgomery was staying at a hotel in St. Louis County. On March 14, 2016, Hill met with Norman at Norman's request south of downtown St. Louis, Missouri, near the Peabody Housing Complex within the Eastern District of Missouri, which was where Hill was living at the time. Norman met with Hill for the purpose of having a discussion. Following that discussion, it was Hill's understanding that Norman wanted Hill to kill Montgomery, Norman's nephew. Norman advised Hill that a female whom Hill now knows to be co-defendant Terica Ellis would be contacting him on his cellular telephone, the number of which was 314-665-5999, to advise Hill where Montgomery could be located for the purpose of committing the murder. After meeting with Norman on March 14, 2016, Hill obtained a .380 caliber semi-automatic firearm from someone nearby his residence. Hill chose this type of firearm because, among other things, it was small and could easily be concealed inside his sweatshirt. Later in the day, on March 14, 2016, Hill received a call on his cellular telephone from Terica Ellis. Ellis advised Hill of the address where Montgomery could be located and advised Hill that she was going to lure Montgomery out of the house, which would allow him to commit the murder. After utilizing his cellular telephone to learn the address of Montgomery's location from Terica Ellis, Hill traveled to the location, which was near the intersection of Natural Bridge and Warren Avenue. Hill arrived there armed with his .380 caliber handgun. Hill observed Montgomery emerge from the residence at 3964 Natural Bridge, but Hill was unsure if it was actually Montgomery initially. In order to get closer to him to confirm his identity, Hill asked Montgomery if he had any marijuana. At that time, Hill confirmed that it was, in fact, Montgomery in front of the residence at 3964 Natural Bridge. Hill watched as Montgomery approached a vehicle and spoke with at least one occupant in the vehicle, whom Hill assumed to be Ellis, but Hill was unable to see inside the vehicle at the time. Hill then watched as Montgomery turned to walk back towards the residence at 3964 Natural Bridge. Hill then said something to stop Montgomery. Hill walked closer to him, then discharged his firearm multiple times, striking Montgomery. Hill then fled the scene, disposing of both his cellular telephone and the firearm. Montgomery ultimately died inside the residence as a result of the gunshot wound. On March 16, 2016, Norman contacted Hill and advised Hill to meet with a separate individual who was known to both Hill and Norman. That same day, Hill met with the individual near the intersection of Chateau and Dillon in the city of St. Louis. During the brief meeting, the individual handed Hill a bag containing approximately $5,000 in United States currency, at which time the individual told Hill words to the effect of "keep your mouth quiet." Hill accepted the payment, knowing that it was payment for Norman in exchange for Hill killing Montgomery. For counts 1 and 2, Travell Anthony Hill will either get life imprisonment or a fine of $250,000, or both. There will be a sentencing on September 20th, 2022 for Travell Anthony Hill. However, the others, Tim Norman, Terica Ellis, and Wally Wael Yagnam, will be going to trial on September 6th. The fact that all of this has gone down, Tim got absolutely nothing from these insurance policies for killing his nephew or having his nephew murdered. He's going to have to go through hurting his mother, which I know her sitting through this trial. I pray Ms. Robbie is not there. But once she hears and sees all the evidence in this case, Lord have mercy, I'm going to pray for this lady. Tim, have mercy on your soul, because you definitely gonna need it. So I know typically in these types of situations, they go after the smaller fish. Yes, Travell was the one that pulled the trigger, but Tim was supposedly the mastermind behind everything. So they go after the smaller fish. They give them different deals. If you can plead guilty, tell us everything that we need to know, and give us the information on this big fish, then we'll look out for you in a way too. They're really after Tim, so it'll be interesting to see what happens in this trial. I'm planning on traveling to St. Louis to go to some of these court dates as well, so I can keep you guys in the loop. I want to know, what do you guys think? Because there was a lot of naysayers in my last video about Tim. Well, how do you know for sure? I don't know for sure. How about that? We'll be going to the trial to find out exactly. But child, with everybody singing like canaries and all of this evidence that they have against him, it's going to be hard for Tim to squeeze his hips out of this predicament. I'm just saying. Leave a comment. Tell me what y'all think about everything going on with this Tim Norman story and Travell Anthony Hill singing like a canary. Leave a comment. You know how we do. We'll talk about it down below. Talk to you guys later. Bye.
All right. Now
Throw the whole nigga away. Just throw the whole niggas away. Throw them all away. Throw them away for just being so fucking stupid. Just throw them the fuck away. There's nothing redeemable about them as far as I'm concerned. Nothing. Fuck Miss Ellis. Fuck Waheel. Fuck Big Hips. Throw them away.
Well,
just
as
throw
you
them
can
away.
see,
There was no 17-year-old up there. These motherfuckers are all. I think the young lady might
be the thing for me. Nobody had a conscience. Nobody had a conscience at any point in time to say, I could be the one that stopped this. The insurance man could have stopped it. The female could have stopped it. The trigger man could have stopped it. And Tim could have stopped it. So you got 4 people that were that narcissistic and money hungry to go through with something like this on an innocent person, not deserving of it, simply because of obviously the hate, envy, and jealousy that he had for his own nephew, for his own blood.
And you know what's crazy, Patrice? He wasn't even gonna get $400,000 because he had to split it with the other 2.
Right. It was
they was no fucking do it and get nothing.
The insurance policy was $450,000, but check this out. He had tried to get multiple insurance policies on him. and he kept getting denied by several companies. So if he finally found somebody within the insurance company that he could allegedly pay off to do this, to help persevere this through and make it happen, because without Dre himself signing papers, because listen, they falsified his name, his birth date, his social security, his weight, height, all of that.
Yeah.
Right. And they forged even how much money he made, because he only made, when he left Sweetie Pies, he was only making like $7 and some an hour from his regular job. He didn't make a whole lot of money. But I commend the young man because he left Sweetie Pies, told Oprah no, and said, I want to pursue my rap career. And it was pictures of him in the studio. He was really serious about it. He a 20-some-year-old young man. He wanted to do what he wanted to do in pursuing his dreams. And the sad part about it is you got your own flesh and blood uncle. And this is a problem that permeates our community too, is the hate that we have for our own family members. So with what we see in these YouTube streets, it's nothing compared to this right here, when your own family allegedly conspires to have you murked, like plan, plot. I mean,
he a piece of shit. Just say it. He a piece of shit.
I'm literally at a loss for words, and it's things like this that happen. People that do things like this, do things to children, old, elderly. These people, to me, when things like this happen, that's why I be for the Merk penalty. I'm just gonna say it. I don't believe people like this deserve to breathe the air, because this was a young man, had his whole life ahead of him. And people don't realize when you murk someone, it affects the whole family and generations to come that never can come, because this person, he will never get married. He will never have children. He will never experience what it's really like to come into manhood, because he was only 21 years old. Mm-hmm. You took all of this away from this young man because of your greed.
Because he's a piece of shit. In every manner of the word. A piece of fucking shit.
Listen, agreed. But listen, okay, so remember, I don't know if you watched the show, Rico, but I watched a little bit of it, and Patrice, I know, watched it. So remember when they were actually going around doing press tours, asking for the public help in finding, and the mother was saying, whoever did this should be locked away, and then to find out it's your own son.
Listen, check this out. In with the Mike Brown thing in Ferguson and St. Louis, when all of that happened, Tim Norman gets up there and he marches and protests with these people.
That's right. He sure did.
Do you remember that?
Yeah, he sure did. They sure did.
So, and you know, this is the sad part about it. So I'm just looking at the dates and I'm like, and this motherfucking piece of shit been walking around here free for 6+ years. Yeah. Because that murder happened in 2016. It's 2022. Yeah. So you got 6 more motherfucking years of
four. It happened in 16.
Okay.
So 4 years.
That's 4. And I pray to God he never see the fucking blue sky again.
Oh no, that's it for him, man.
He should never smell free air ever again. Yeah. I say all them motherfuckers. But it's pay attention. Who smiles like that on a mugshot picture except a narcissistic, sociopathic type of personality of a person? Do you all see that big smile on his face on his mugshot picture? Who does that? He think he's gonna get away with it. In his head, he has the belief they ain't got nothing on me. they came
They ain't
through
gonna catch
it,
me.
and
You're
then
right.
peace of mind. Because like you
Got
said,
it.
the narcissism tells him, I'm gonna be able to talk my way
I'm
out of it.
smarter than you. I'm smarter
smarter
than you.
than you, and I'm gonna talk my way out of it. Like,
Right.
Listen, oh God,
I'm telling you guys an honest to God true story that happened to me, and I don't know what year it was. I think it probably had to be. Let's see. My wife, me and my second wife split up like around 2001, 2002. So this maybe happened by maybe 2003. So, you know, I told you guys for like 15, 20 years, I coached youth football. And I was coaching with this DC police lieutenant, last name was Garrett, because he had two sons that played for the organization. And one of the sons was on the team that I was coaching. So we were looking for, he wanted to come out there and coach. I needed some help. So he came out there and you know, he had, and it's his wife, his ex-wife lived right down the street from me. Now, what Garrett had did was he had, and he was a DC police lieutenant. Well, he divorced his wife, Stephanie, and fell in with this stripper at this strip club.
Oh,
and she was a looker. She was nice looking. She was a motherfucking looker.
Man, it never is good.
But he married this stripper. But can't turn a 304 into a housewife. But he tried. He did. And this is a real honest to God true story. And we were in the middle of the season, and I got a phone call, and he was my assistant coach, and they told me he had been shot and killed.
Oh man!
Oh wow!
He had been shot and killed. He lived in this $1 million house, pulled into his parking garage, into his house, and as he was getting out the car, a guy stepped out from behind some boxes in the garage and shot and killed him. Right? So, you know, it was a police shooting, you know, like the normal thing, all over the news, all the hell and all this and that, whatever.
Right.
And come to find out,
she had it done.
Had it done, set them up.
Yeah. Yeah.
Gave the people the passcode to get in the house to lay in wait for him.
Yeah.
Wow.
And you know, them niggas rolled on her.
Yeah,
they
of course.
Gave it all up.
Of course.
The funny thing about it was,
and I know she did it for the insurance money too, didn't she?
Yeah, the insurance money. That's what she was doing it for. The funny thing about it was, maybe like 6 months later, I got a fucking DUI. Fell asleep at the damn light, drunk, right? So now they done took me up to Upper Marlboro Jail, and I went in on a Friday night, and a snowstorm hit, and you know, you ain't getting out till you go before the judge. Right. So courts closed Monday and Tuesday. I'm like, damn, I'm in this motherfucker like 4 or 5 days on this, waiting to get released on personal recognizance, give me a bail, something so I can get the fuck out and go back to work if I lose my job. And come to find out, I'm sitting in jail, and you know, it's always overcrowded. We got them dorm rooms and all this shit, the dorm bays. Right. And I'm in jail with the motherfucker that shot and killed him. Oh, he didn't know I knew the guy.
Oh wow!
In jail, they like to sit there, run their mouth about their case and shit like that. I'm in there on the DUI, but when you in county jail, they don't do no separation. Right. You in there with scrapers, murderers, white collar crime. You get separated in prison, and I'm just there on the damn DUI, just whatever. And this motherfucker was just telling me shit. And I'm like, he don't even know I know this guy. That this guy was a friend of mine. And he killed him. Of course he's doing that narcissist shit. They ain't got nothing on me. Right. Like, I want to choke this motherfucker because you killed my friend. You know what I'm saying? And that was hard. But it's like, what can I do? He did end up getting convicted, going to jail, because eventually he rolled on the chick. And I probably hated her. When he had two young sons. He had two young sons. I hated her more than anybody did it, because she set him up all for some money, you know, stripper, and they never get away with it. They just never get away with it. And we all knew from the time he got killed. I think like maybe a week or two went by, and everybody, because we went to his funeral. I had to take my football team to his funeral because he had a funeral. We were in the middle of the season. We were like halfway, and all my kids, I had to go to practice the next day and tell my kids that their coach died and got shot and killed. So we had to go. We put a jersey in his casket, and stuff like that. So I had to take these kids. I couldn't tell them that of course, with their parents' permission, that they can't go. And they're asking me, where's Coach Garrett? Where's Coach Garrett? I had to tell these fucking kids something. I was like 8 to 10-year-old team that I was coaching at that time. And they loved him. He was big as shit. They loved Big Teddy. But, that's what happened. But literally at the funeral, me, half the board members, everybody was looking at that bitch like that bitch did it. You could just tell. Literally. And we were close to his ex-wife because even though he coached with me, I wasn't close with his wife. I was closer with his ex-wife because he had kids with her and his kids lived with her. So she would bring him to practice and then he would come out there. So I knew her as Stephanie and him as Garrett. So he would come out there and coach. I'm like, yeah, you their father, but she their mother. So I ain't got nothing to do with y'all shit. But this bitch that you fucking had you killed for some fucking insurance money. And they never get the money. Thankfully, his ex-wife got the money.
Never say never, because my ex told me a similar story like that happened to his friend that owned a construction company, very wealthy, multimillionaire. And it happened to his friend, and they never found the people. And everybody, he was found out in the desert, right? And they made it out to be because he had the gunshot wound to the head. They act like it was suicide, but everybody in the company, all his close friends, my ex, they all said this man was not depressed. This man was never talking about doing, just acting or saying, just acting in a way that they would even have any idea. But he was talking about getting a divorce from his wife. And they knew that. And then they end up finding him out in the desert in Nevada, and they just couldn't, it wasn't enough evidence. They couldn't prove that the wife had it done. And of course, because they couldn't prove it, she got everything. So people do get away with it. So if she allegedly did it.
Yeah, I agree to say they do get away with it, but not often. With it. Right, not often. Usually they too damn stupid. So right. That's a good thing. They're literally, and like I say, what do they say? And I'll tell you this. I would say this for the guy that you just told about, because they say the best crime is the one that's committed alone. Every time
you ain't got nobody else but yourself. Nobody gonna tell on you. Nobody gonna talk. But get away with it. This was alleged that she hired the pros, like the pros. To do it, and
they snitched too.
Yeah, but they
snitched too.
Yeah, but they didn't.
Right.
And listen, and this is the thing.
They ain't get caught.
With pros, you could get somebody from out of town. They come and do the job. They go back. They lay low. They'll lay low for years.
Yeah.
See, when you talking pros, like these immature people. That young man wasn't even in the ground yet, and they was calling the insurance company.
That's dumb.
I mean,
that's dumb.
Just all the little things, the mistakes that they made. Tim on the phone calling the insurance company, the other guy calling the insurance. These people calling the insurance companies barely after this young man was in the ground. His body wasn't even cold yet. Right. Like what we doing? So these are things that they were giving it away so soon. But with this case with my friend, man, that woman came in after all of that, and she got that money. She ended up selling her husband's business for millions of dollars, and she ended up continuing to live high on the horse. Never got caught. But everybody, his partner, his workers, his friends, the family, everybody believed she had it done, but they couldn't prove it.
If you want to know the
it's
story,
not what you believe; it's what you can prove.
if you want to know the story that I just told you about, look up DC Police Lieutenant Garrett Baxter. It was 2002. I just found it on the Washington Post. And the wife, she got life. It was murder for hire. They got the name of the guy who did the shooting and everything. It's for insurance. Yep. Yep. Murder for hire. And that's why I was like, yeah, it was 2001, 2002. Name is Garrett, last name Baxter, Baxter, DC Police Lieutenant, and his wife. She did. I knew she got convicted. I wasn't sure, but I'm like, yeah, the bitch got life, so that's good. That's
yeah. You hear so many cases of this, right?
She danced at the Skylark Lounge. That's where he met her at. Yep.
It was one lady I watched because I love watching like ID channel and stuff. It was one lady. She was considered the Black Widow because she had got away with murking 2 or 3 of her husbands before she even got caught, and she was doing it all for the insurance money. It's crazy, and this is starting to happen more and more and more. It's more prevalent now that's going on with people doing it. You could be married to somebody, love them for years and years and years, and then when things go bad, that is the route you choose to get rid of the person, to get out of the marriage, but to collect some money too. I mean, men do it, women do it, and you just see it more and more. And to know that these are people you once laid down with, had children with, you once loved these people, and you could actually just turn and want to have them murked like that. It's baffling, but it happens a lot.
Yeah, I didn't even think. It's been so long since I even thought about that. That shit just bothered me just reading it. You know, it's like a real piece of shit.
Unfortunate.
It was a piece of fucking shit.
Yeah.
I had my friend killed, and I just thought,
what about y'all? The effect on the family. I mean, like I said.
Oh, and because this was the thing.
The mom and in the case with the husband and wife. The spouse is gone away for life, and then the other parent is deceased.
And this is the part that bothered me. One thing this is probably one of my most proudest moments was because, like I said, Darius played for me, and Demetrius was his older son. So Darius had to be like maybe 9 or 10. Demetrius maybe 11 or 12 when their father got killed, and then the mother Stephanie. So when he got killed, like we all rallied around her because like they don't have a father now. You know what I'm saying? So like, of course, even after the season, I'm always checking in. Hey, stopping by the house. How they doing? This, that, and everything else. Just like if you need me to come over here and jump on their ass about anything, I'll come over here and jump on their ass about stuff, with their homework. If they ain't doing right in school, whatever, because sometimes it's hard on a mother and knowing this fucking trick killed their father. He got caught out there slipping in the street, but that's still no reason for nobody to take his life.
Yeah.
But I was so proud of not myself, but like all the coaches. My best friend at the time still is today, Craig Howe. He was the president, and me and him and 2 other coaches, we were just like constantly over there, like, Stephanie, what do you need? What the boys doing? This, that, whatever. So that's something that I see as remiss too, because these dudes out here in the street, they're like throwing these young boys away that don't have fathers, and a lot of these kids don't have fathers for a lot of reasons, and I don't care what the reason is. If the motherfucker just a deadbeat and gone, all right, fuck the father. What about the kids that's left? Why not be there for them? But they want to tell you, don't mentor these young boys. Don't be a stepdad. I'm like, you ain't got to be a stepdad. Y'all don't even want us to fucking mentor. Oh, she for the streets. You don't want, like, that's the dumbest shit. These are our young men that we're leaving abandoned to the street, fatherless. And then you want to complain, oh, it's going to be a Pookie and Ray Ray, because we all sat around and watched them become that and didn't give a shit.
And in this case, Dre's father was not there, which was Tim's brother who was murdered. And for you to murder your brother's son, and the effect that, it must have on Miss Robbie, because this is her son, and then that was her grandson. But from what I saw a lot in some of the movies, I think she might have been a little bit afraid of Tim, I think.
Mhm.
And I know that's her son, but and I understand that you want to not believe in your mind that your child is capable of doing something like that. As a mother, I get it.
Yeah.
But with all this evidence piling up on your son, like I heard her say in some interviews, she's sticking by him and all that, and that's fine, through the trial or whatever. But I wonder what's going to happen when if he's found guilty. Like, that's her son, so I can't say. Some mothers will still stick through their child. They will be there for them. They will put money on the commissary. They will go see him.
Not if they kill my grandchild. Not if they kill my grandchild.
He obviously did it when he was 17. She took care of him.
But that's killing somebody else's.
Yeah, but this is going to be interesting to see.
Okay, I can see where you can separate the murking of someone else's. But the murking of, remember I asked somebody, I think I asked somebody on the stream, I said, how would you choose if one brother murked the other brother?
Right.
Where the people was like, it was like, I would never get, I'm like, what if one of your children murked the other? So you're going to stay on the side of the one that's murking, so that you won't give a fuck about the one that got murked, because you would turn the world over if somebody else had murked them. But when it's your own, so you're only willing to go to bat for your murked child as long as they're not murked by a blood relative. If they're murked by anybody else, you're going to turn the world over. But if they get murked by their sibling, you're going to let that pass. You know what I'm saying? And I'm not saying it's an easy thing. I'm saying this is some real shit. And I know me.
Because
I can't look at the one that's gone as the one that's still here.
This case is premeditated, planned, conspired.
Yeah. This ain't accidental.
Went through like it takes listen, the type of person it takes to do this.
Pure evil.
To a blood relative. It wasn't even like a stranger or a person that was an enemy of his. This is his blood nephew, his brother's child.
Pure evil. Pure evil.
I can't even imagine the toiling of the decision and the thought process that Miss Robbie have and is going through.
But Patrice, when I look at somebody like Tim, I would believe he would delete his mother. Because you got motherfuckers out here that do it now.
You gonna get into that, Rico?
You got motherfuckers out here that do that.
Let's get into that, because check this out. He had took life insurance policy out on her too.
Throw him in the trash. Throw that nigga in the trash. He got to go in the trash.
All right, y'all. Let's get into it. Let's check out.
She was next on the hit parade.
Yeah, she was next on the hit parade, brother.
The leg that he did.
Now they say if never trust a big butt and a smile was a person. Girl.
Turn the volume up.
Anytime you smile in your arrest picture for offing your nephew, no, you ain't got no sense. Before we get into that, be sure to subscribe to this channel and hit the bell for notifications so you don't miss any of this tea. Now let's get back into it. So I'm not going to lie. When I saw the news of Tim Norman, the son of Miss Robbie from Welcome to Sweetie Pies, was locked up, child, I thought it was for abusing a woman. I thought Jennifer Williams had finally locked him up, child, for what he had done to her. But no, it was not that. This man is in jail for a murder for hire plot to kill his own nephew, his deceased brother's son. And child, when I tell you, Miss Robbie ain't been sleeping at all, I already know that woman hadn't had a wink of sleep. Now, Tim is currently in jail for a murder to hire plot, which resulted in his nephew, Andre Montgomery, being murdered. Now, on August 18th of this year, James Timothy Norman was charged with conspiracy to use interstate commerce facilities in the commission of murder for hire resulting in death. Now, Tim and his stripper girlfriend accomplice, Terica Ellis, activated temporary cell phones at the same store and talked on these phones all day. Now, Ellis even called Tim's nephew, Andre, on the phone to find out where he was for the sole purpose of just luring him outside. Now, the documents that are online and available to the public never said that Ellis was the one that murdered or the one that even pulled the trigger, but homegirl was definitely there in the same vicinity when it went down. Now, my thing is this. I looked Terica up long time ago in the MySpace days. Baby girl had 4 kids. Y'all know that was like, what, 10 years ago? Child, before we even get into that, they need to title this photo, If Falling Off Was a Person, because, child, Terica don't look anything on the left like she do on the right. I know she ain't going in no strip club looking like she do on the left, child. Anyway, let's get back to her kids. Baby girl had 4 kids 10 years ago. If she was not the trigger man, I guarantee you, sis is going to be in there singing like a canary, telling them who the trigger man is. Just to get back to her kids. The fact that it has not been released who the trigger man is, that person is either on the run or they're still trying to clamp down on exactly who it is. But it's coming out. Somebody's going to be in there singing. Y'all watch what I say. So let's go ahead and loop this all together. So Tim was locked up first. Then Terica was locked up. Now, lastly, Wally Yagnam, who was a producer on Nelly's hit 2002 album, Nellyville, was locked up as well. And I'm telling y'all, I've seen enough snapped in First 48. They're going to get them in one by one and find the weakest person to squeal. And I'm telling you, watch Terica get a reduced sentence for her cooperation. So Mr. Yagnam's arrest comes after federal prosecutors say he worked with Tim to fraudulently obtain insurance on Andre. Now, Yagnam was an insurance agent, and he and Tim both made false statements in life insurance applications for Andre. Child, they falsified Andre's income, net worth, medical history, employment history, and family background. Now, prosecutors say the policy was for $200,000 as well as a $200,000 accidental death rider, and that's if something happened to Andre causing him to die of something other than natural causes, i.e. he gets shot. They would collect $200,000 for that as well as $50,000 if he died within the next 10 years. They had all of this mapped out. Only thing we're waiting on now is to find out who the trigger man is. Like I said, they said that Terica was at the scene of the crime, but they're making it very certain that Terica was not the trigger man. She was not charged for pulling the trigger. Sis was charged with helping Tim set this all up. And I'm going to tell y'all what I don't like. Well, there's plenty of stuff I don't like about Tim, but one of the main things I don't like about Tim reminds me a lot of Tupac's character Bishop in the movie Juice. Y'all remember after Bishop killed Raheem, he came to the family, was consoling the mother and all of that. I looked back at some episodes of Sweetie Pies, and Tim was really taking his mom to the scene of the crime that happened just across the street from where his grandmother lived, knowing what it would do to his mother, right down the street from where his father was murdered. Like, are you serious? And you really was walking around holding your mama, trying to pull her together like you was hurt too? I can't stand phony people like that.
This is it.
Yeah, that's it.
They say he came out and used the phone, so they had to shoot him right here on this porch.
We've lost a lot of family members here on this street. Andre, as of late, and then before Andre, my father. And in between that was Linda's son, Monique's brother, Aaron, who was like my brother, and it's all on this one street, a few blocks from each other. Right across from Grandma's house.
Yeah, that's the sad thing about it.
Since Andre's passing, I haven't gone through this part of the city, and really I've been avoiding it.
I mean, it's like all up and down the street.
Yeah.
We must stop killing, but there's just signs. Oh, okay, I'm ready to go. I'm getting sick to my stomach just seeing this place.
Child, now how twisted, demented, and dark can your mind be that you took your mom to the same place where you had your nephew murdered? Tim has some serious issues. And speaking of Tim and Andre, Tim tried to cash out on Andre's policy, but because Dum Dum falsified the insurance documents, he didn't get a dime. And according to allaboutthetea.com, Tim also had $1 million life insurance policy out on his mom, Miss Robbie, and the family has been running around frantic thinking she was the next target. Tim has had plenty of financial issues in the past, but the fact that murdering your own family to get out of your bind shows how twisted your mind really is. Tim has some serious mental issues, and looking at that inmate picture of him smiling, knowing what it's going to do to his mom, something is wrong with that man. I can't stand Tim. This is not a laughing matter. However, I do need to read what someone said on Facebook regarding Tim, y'all. Take a listen to this. Dear Big Mama Tim, first off, F you for what you did to your nephew. You were that money hungry that you put a price on your own blood head. All that money and you still couldn't get the correct Brazilian butt lift surgery to fix your grandmotherly ass shape. I hate everything about you. From them teacup ears all the way down to them crooked, flat, slew-footed, rebellious ass feet. Feet don't know which way to turn. Now let's get into them childbearing ass hips of yours. Hips spreading wider than COVID-19. Coronavirus ass hips. You shaped like north, south, east, and west. Body longer and wider than yesterday, today, and tomorrow. All that design on you and you still look like somebody pregnant granny. I hate your no-hawk because it ain't a mohawk. You got on a maternity shirt and fitted slacks. Ninja, go to hell. Big mama in the kitchen ass arms. I hope your nephew's spirit haunts the F out of you. You built like every natural disaster. I ain't never seen a ninja this thick and bad built at the same time. May your nephew rest in peace. I wish nothing but the worst on your teddy bear top, trash can ass bottom, and F your French kissing ass knock knees too. Oh God, y'all. I had to record that about 12 times. Sis was over here dying laughing. Well, crazy part about it is Jennifer Williams from Basketball Wives tried to tell us long ago that Tim was crazy, and for the longest, people did not believe her. Now she's beefing with fellow Basketball Wives star Tammy Roman after Tammy made the following statements during her Bonnet Chronicles episode. Take a listen to this, and then I'll be back with more.
Tim Norman, I'm disgusted. I really just am. What I found out about you this week has really blown my mind, okay? I just can't even understand. You would kill somebody, have somebody killed in your family, have somebody killed, period. But a family member for $450,000. And then that got me to fucking thinking. I said, well, when I saw Jennifer riding in that goddamn Ferrari, that was blood bought. I had no idea. I sure wouldn't have rode shotgun in that motherfucker. But it's like, it ain't them greens selling over there in the pork chops and shit like that. You had to go do something like this. And I feel so sorry for Miss Robbie. She suffered a lot of loss. And now her grandson. I mean, this poor woman, I know she just can't take no more. And I hope they put you under the jail too, And I really was thinking, I said, well, damn, he was probably like, well, let me marry this bitch and kill her off too. Jennifer, you escaped it. You escaped it, girl, because I know I was championing for him with his thick thighs. I said, well, girl, he got thick thighs and a thick waist and he ain't all that in the face, but you like him, so go ahead on, girl. And now I feel so ridiculous because this fool was on some next level stuff, and if he would do that to his nephew, bitch, you didn't have a chance. You didn't have a chance, and he probably wouldn't have got caught because nobody would have gave a fuck. But the fact that it was his nephew, they really investigated this shit, and they got to the bottom of this, and I'm glad that they did because it's unconscionable. It's just so disgusting. I'm so flabbergasted that he would do this. Because this ain't nothing that black folk do. You know what I'm saying? Now, white folks, they'll kill you over the fucking family trust. But black people don't really do the killing. Getting life insurance policy on somebody else. You really tried to think this thing through, and then you enlisted some dumb stripper, and she done came on board for $9,000. I tell you one thing, I'm not trying to be funny, but you wasn't going to get me to kill no motherfucking body for $9,000. Okay, that's not what you we had to be talking. If I'm gonna put my life out there on the line, then you getting 450. I'm gonna have to get 400 just to even do it. But I'm glad that the police stuck with it and got to the bottom of it. And I hope they throw your big thigh ass up under the jail. You know what I'm saying? Because that is ridiculous. And I'm just so completely disappointed. And I just may your nephew, rest in heaven, young king, and Miss Robbie, praying for you that you find peace. But Tim, I just have no words. I'm just disgusted. I'm just completely disgusted.
Now, I saw nothing wrong in what Tammy said. This is what Tammy does, and she really was not disrespectful to Andre, who has lost his life, calling Tim out for who he is, and it's no different from Jennifer responding to the whole topic when it happened. So Jennifer took to page 6 and said the following about what Tammy had to say about the situation. I don't talk to Tammy, and I don't know why she's making fun of a horrific situation where a life was lost. Tammy is classless, and it was done in poor taste while a family is trying to come to terms with the ultimate betrayal from one of their own. That's all I have to say about Tammy's tacky ass. With everything going on in the world and the climate within the Black community, I'm sad a Black woman is tearing another one down. Child, I don't have time for this basketball wives drama. Y'all already know how those ladies get down. But what I need to do is hear from you. What do you think about all of this drama that Tim has started on his own, killing his own nephew or having his nephew killed so he can get money? Leave a comment, and you know how we do. We'll talk about it down below. Talk to you guys later. Bye. All right, in this video, I want to tell you about a company.
Woo! Hey,
Yeah.
Shout out to Sugar Mom. I will say this. There's one thing I picked up on.
Shout out, Money.
I don't even care about that. I don't even care about that stupid shit between the Tammy woman and the other woman at the end, because it's just like I didn't even see nothing that the woman Tammy said that was out of line. Maybe it's too soon. I don't know. I don't think it really is. Again, this is about the dude Tim. But one thing I did pick up on, and I think she said it, and it's true, but I'm going to tell you why I think that there's a disparity why we see this sort of behavior more in the white community than our community. They tend to have much more robust life insurance policies.
Correct.
A lot of niggas ain't going to kill nobody because they ain't getting nothing.
Right.
You know what I'm saying? I mean, we are so underrepresented being uninsured.
Right.
So what you gonna get? And I'm not saying that
most of us have to have GoFundMes when someone's family members pass away.
Exactly. But that's a real fucking reality. You're like, kill this nigga for what? And get what? I swear to God, for my mother,
unless they got a big policy out on that relative they want to have, because like Tim took this policy out on his nephew a year prior.
Here's the thing.
He called himself giving it that little year space of time. Right. He made sure he paid all of the premiums, monthly premiums on it. You know, and said, well, I ain't gonna let it happen too soon, but it's gonna happen.
And that's why I'm constantly beating up my sons about having a life insurance policy, and things like that. And thankfully, like the one in the military, he's covered. The one that's a plumber, he's covered through his job. The other one's covered through his job. So like 4 out of the 5 is covered. One of them out there, he gonna be the GoFundMe baby.
Yeah.
Because what it is they don't want to pay the premiums. They're too fucking cheap. And then they tend to think they're gonna live forever. And that's what a combination of it is. But I told them, like, I swear to God, I tell them motherfucker in a minute, when they be talking that GoFund shit, don't pass that motherfucking cap to me. If you ain't got no insurance, then you didn't give a fuck about and that's why I try to tell them is, like I tell my son, I'm like, you have a responsibility to be able to cover your final passing in this world. You should not leave this earth and leave a motherfucking bill for your children behind you. They shouldn't have to pay to put your stinking ass away. Get a basic term policy. Don't have to be $1 million. Let it be enough to put you away. That's it.
Rico, and the younger generation don't realize that, and even some older people don't realize insurance is not for the dead, it's for the living. Because once you dead, you gone, you can't spend it. So it's for the living. Take care of all of your expensive, any bills you may have left over. And then if anything's left over after that, they can.
Right.
That's what we need to understand, that the policy is for. It's for not to have that burden to be off on that family member, especially if it's a spouse or if it's a parent. If it's a parent or if it's a child, we don't want to bear that burden of the expense of that. So that's the purpose for it. But and the younger generation, like you said, they're young. They don't think about that because they tend to think because they're young, they're going to live forever. And they tend to think because they're young that their chances of living a long life to get old, and it does look good for them. But let's be real, things happen in reality. And young people are leaving this earth as well. So
yeah, and the thing that gets me is because this is what I try to tell me. I was like, it is inexcusable that, and this would get me is at the same time, I'm like, and at the same time, you motherfuckers want a $30,000-$40,000 funeral and ain't got $1 worth of insurance.
And that's ridiculous.
Let me tell you this. Me and my mama had the conversation. I told my wife, when I close these baby libated baby browns that's full of libation, you throw my ass in the oven. You throw my ass in the oven and put the ashes out on the curb because it don't matter to me. I said, literally, I want the cheapest there is. I told my wife, I said, you cremate my ass, you take whatever's left, you and the boys, y'all go to the DR, y'all have a drink, you sprinkle my black ass to the ocean. And
that's what I said. Exactly what I told my wife.
Turn up. That's what it is. Here.
And that's another thing. That's another thing that's a tradition in Black families. We like to have this funeral and spend all this money on an expensive casket that's going in the ground. Spend all this money on this elaborate funeral. Have doves and the choir and we want to just go all out, right?
But you know what's so funny about it, Patrice? This is the honest God truth, right?
We just do.
And I even told my son this. I said, you know what makes me mad? I asked my son, because their mother died the last time I got married, 2014, same year. And I literally asked them, when the last time y'all been up there? See, that's the thing. They don't think about that's all for one fucking day. Because I told my kids, I said, I'm gonna be honest with you. My grandparents died, and the last time I was at the cemetery was the day of the funeral. I couldn't find them. I don't even know what cemetery they're buried in. I don't know.
And the most of the time, if you don't have that and they don't have a plot or a headstone,
people don't go to visit. And so like, what the fuck are we doing?
A lot of people believe in going back and visiting. If I go to services, and this just me. If I go to the service and watch the burial, I don't ever go back again, because for me and my mind and my heart, they're not there. They're no longer there. Their spirit soars is with the Lord. So I don't believe in going back to the burial and visiting, put fly. That's me personally.
Right
now,
that's what you do. But
I will go to a relative's funeral. When my cousin passed away a few years ago, that's exactly what my cousin them did. They had doves flew all up in the air, and she's in tens of thousands. She's in a mausoleum like some of the wealthy white people where she's not on the ground. She's in the wall. See, people don't realize if you in the ground, it costs so much. If you in a mausoleum where they pull you out and you in a wall, that costs so. Listen, they spend so much money on putting her away, and I get it. That's what they wanted to do. I respect that, but I'm like y'all. I told them, listen, I want to be cremated and spread my ashes over. And if you want to keep a little bit in a little locket or wear it, that's fine too. But listen. I'm not worried about once I'm not here anymore. I worry about where my soul is going to, not the fact that I'm in the my flesh is went into the ground, but it's turned back to dust. So that's no longer me. My spirit soars on into the heavens. So that's what I'm concerned about. But to each his own. I just watch family members and so many of my friends and people spend tens of thousands of dollars on funerals, and I'm like, and it's sort of like we do with weddings too. We do it with weddings. It's sort of like those two things. We want to get married big, and we want to leave this earth big.
But see, here's the thing. This is what we always talk about: generational wealth. And these two things, like you said, are things that we do. Ambulance, fire department. Those are two things that we do to take generational wealth out of the Black community, as you said, through unnecessary expenses on weddings and funerals. I'll give you the wedding. I'll give you that. Okay. Hopefully you're young, you're living, whatever. But the death,
but I'm saying don't go in debt. Don't go in debt to get married. Don't go in debt to bury somebody. Like,
especially to bury somebody, because guess what? You're going into debt. I'm going into debt, putting you in the ground, and Patrice ain't here to help me pay the damn debt. Are you serious? So the reality is, what I'm saying is, this is the thing that I'm saying is like, I try to tell them, like, look, and I just went through it. My mom 2 years ago, I think I had a $6,000 life insurance policy on her. I spent maybe $2,000 total. The total cremation process was $1,600. That's what it was. And then I went and bought an urn. So when I got her remains, I put in the urn. And her church did the service. We did a memorial service at her church for free. Told them niggas, I ain't doing no repast. You ain't coming to my house.
What's wrong with you, man? You know better than that. Repass.
Get drunk and talk shit and tell lies.
A memorial. No, because I wouldn't like a small memorial where your family and friends get together and they talk about you and talk about times with you and memories. Like a little small memorial, I'm cool with that. Like, but I don't want nothing big and elaborate. When I got married, this is what made me realize that don't waste money. When I got married, I had a big elaborate wedding, and I look back now and I be like, man, if I could have kept those tens of thousands of dollars like in my pocket.
Because you look at the average, Pookie done got shot up on the corner around the game. Mom and them ain't got $1 worth of insurance. Pookie got six motherfucking kids, no life insurance. They got a GoFund asking for $10K. I'm like, yeah, niggas out there.
And if you know, and this is the thing, if you know your child or your son or your whoever lives this risque lifestyle, you really need to have a life insurance policy on it if they live that type of lifestyle.
Right. And my thing was, just like I got on myself, I'm like, I do a term policy, it's $30 a month. That's it. And like I told her, she got that one son, the one I told you I got the 20 kids. He come calling me. He don't even go see at the nursing home. I'm like, nigga, I'm going to give you one phone call. Devon, your mama passed. What you going to do? Oh, we gonna do the funeral, Uncle Rick. How much you got on? I ain't got nothing on. Okay. That's it. That falls out the way.
But let's get back to the subject at hand. Now, mind you, let's get back to the topic. He took a $1 million insurance policy out on his mother.
Ooh.
Mind you, Miss Robbie, she's 81 years old, so she's up there in years, but look at her. She looks good. She done got a single out. She done made a record because that was her dream. She always wanted to do her own thing in the music industry. She never got a chance. She made
grandson. She made the same thing her grandson wanted to do.
And so now, you takes a $1 million policy out on your mother. And I'm not saying that that's not a good idea, but no. I'm saying because they are a business, they are a brand. So I get it about insurance policy as a business. You should have that. But I'm saying under the context in which now the turn of events,
Yeah.
you got to wonder, would she have possibly allegedly been next? That's what I was going to say.
But here's the thing, Patrice. She probably already had an insurance policy even before the demise of her grandson. Because like you said, that's just good business sense. Usually when you go, if I even go into business, me and Clarence or me and you go into business, I'm going to say, hey, look, we going into business, Patrice, this, that, whatever. We need to get insurance policies on each other because obviously when you're in business together, you generally do that. But we don't wait till the demise of somebody decide to do it. And you will name whoever you want as your beneficiary. I will name whoever I want as my beneficiary. It's not, I don't think it's up. It seems unethical when the beneficiary is taking out the insurance policy. So like I'll say the policy on my mother and my sister, I never took out. My mother took out one on her and named me the beneficiary. Now I ended up having to pay the fucking premiums, but she took out the policy. She took out the policy on my sister and named herself as the beneficiary. I'm not even named as the beneficiary on my sister policy, which I am now paying and they take out of my bank account every month. But my mother is, who's already deceased. So I got to get it changed because you can't pay a dead woman.
Right.
And say, look, put it in my name, I can have her buried.
This is when I went home to visit Chicago last month. That was one of the family meetings that me and my brothers and my sister and my nieces and nephews, we sat there with my mom. My mom had everything written out as to how she wanted to leave this earth, right? So she had everything changed over. She had things, people were signing stuff, and because me and my sister, and this is with what I'm finding out is most insurance companies is that if you live out of state, you can't be the beneficiary on some insurance policy. So my mom was trying to split it between her children. But because me and my sister live out of state, we couldn't be on there as like a main source of the policy holder beneficiary. So my two brothers are. So we all also signed another promissory note that whatever the half that me and my sister would have coming, we gonna get that. And it's just business, and these are my brothers. But when it comes to business and money,
I see your black ass in court.
We love each other, but when it comes to that money,
ass in court. Yes,
exactly right. That's exactly right. That's how you.
And then also my sister, when she was out there in the world doing, on that stuff and wasn't living right, my mom had took an insurance policy out on her, right? And and at the time, my niece and nephew was underage. So, and I was living in Illinois then, and I didn't even know my mother had made me the beneficiary of my sister's insurance policy. Now, mind you, her two children are grown now. They're grown. So I had to sign over, unleashing myself and say, if something happened to their mother, they need to get that money, not me.
Right.
So I said, we can't. I no longer wanted to be the beneficiary, and my niece and my nephew was there. We had to sign the papers over, making them the new beneficiaries because those are her next of kin, not me. She has children.
But Patrice, this
so
is where
we took care of all of that while I was there. We took care of all of that.
And I tell people in our community we need to talk about it because I've seen instances where someone unfortunate passing, another family member that's a next of kin, make arrangements for the service, the funeral, this, that, whatever. But they're not listed on the insurance policy. Someone else is. They paid all their money for the services, and the motherfucker who got the insurance policy don't give them nothing. That's the shit you gotta watch out for.
That's why we did a promissory note and had it notarized, and all of us signed it. So, because me and my sister couldn't be on there, so whatever money is left over that my brothers get, they got to split that half with me and my sister.
But
if
I'm
something should
spend $10,000-$20,000 out of my pocket, and you keep all the insurance money and ain't put nothing on it. Y'all got to be fucking crazy.
Hold on, y'all. Hold on. Rico and Patrice. Hold on. Okay. Are y'all ready to talk to some of the people watching? Are y'all ready to talk to some people?
Yeah, but this is good information, though. We need to talk
No,
about
it is. I'm just going to put the link out. And by the way, Rico,
yes, sir.
we're going to take your black card. If you don't have that repass, we're going to take your black card away from you. You have to have that repass so somebody can go scream, "Oh, Lord, Rico, oh, Lord, oh, Lord, oh, Lord, oh, Lord."
That's all it is. No. That's just an excuse for niggas to come to your house and drink your liquor and eat your food, right? They're going to eat up all your shit,
house,
drink all
they're
your
going to
liquor,
eat your food.
and you won't see them to the next funeral.
You know how black people do it, right? Black people come in. Black people didn't pay. They didn't pay for the repass. They didn't kick in on it. They're going to have like 10 plates, right?
And here's the crazy part about it. You got people in our community who literally go around. My brother does this shit. He damn near 65 years. He go around going to funerals. He make sure he go to funeral. I'm like, you ain't seen that nigga in 20 years, but you going to his funeral. So he want to get turned up, and he want to. I'm like, I ain't seen motherfucking 20 years. I ain't going to.
Listen, are we done with the video footage? Are we done with all of the video footage?
Anymore? You got some more? No, that's it.
Okay.
So I just wanted to say, you know,
Thanks, Brother Ron. We love you too, brother.
In finalization of that this is a prime example of you know, of family betrayal, of see, and this is the thing. Even though they got money, you know, and Miss Robbie has had the success she's had in the industry with the people she's worked for, you still can ignore signs of when somebody in your family has issues. And as much as she loved her son, and as much as we love our relatives, our children, our siblings, our parents, that there had to be telltale signs of him having narcissistic sociopathic behavior, in my opinion. I saw it on the reality TV show. We saw the behavior. I kept saying, something is wrong with him.
Yeah, I never watched the show. I heard about it and I heard people talk about it, but I never watched it. But just hearing what's going on, I'm like, oh, he's a piece of shit.
You know, you could only put up facades for so long until the true you comes out. But there is red flags along the way. And I think that the red flags was all clouded behind the reality TV. I think the reality TV like hyped up this type of behavior that he was exuding to his nephew, to his mother. Like she had to sue her own son.
Let me ask you this though, Patrice. Okay, you're a mother, right? You're a mother, you got a son. So and because something you just said just sort of pinged something in my head is that I think sometimes, and especially mothers with sons, I'm not gonna say she would have thought that he would do this, but I think as his mother, she always knew that motherfucker was a little bit right. You know what I'm saying? You kind of know but it's hard. You know, your heart is one place, but your head is telling you what you see and what you hear. But you love the boy, but your head is telling you this motherfucker just not right. But your heart is just, you know what I'm saying? So it's a conflict. So now, like you said, when it comes out that he's adjudicated and he's found guilty,
the judgment get clouded
up even more because now she's got to deal with such a heavy weight of guilt because even though she may not tell nobody, but I didn't think he would do that. But it's like, but come on, mama.
But when as a parent, it judges our judgment is cloudy when it's your child. You know what I mean? Because you don't want to think, believe, conjure up, can't wrap it around your brain that you birthed someone like this.
A monster, exactly. It's hard to accept. But what I always tell people is this, like I would tell you as a mother and I would tell her as a mother. And I always say this, I always tell people like that one son that I struggled with, and I always go back. I was like, That motherfucker ain't but half of me. He ain't but half of me. You got to remember, the children we bring into the world is not 100% our DNA, our thoughts, our emotions. It's the other person. And I knew his mother was broken. I just didn't think it would manifest as much in him as it did. And one son, he managed to, not let that manifest in him. But this other one, he just like that rotten bee, literally. And as much as I tried to help him through it, me and him, we have a very estranged relationship.
And I'm gonna tell you that
I have to accept the fact that he's only half of me. The other half belongs to another person. And while I still feel guilty about some things, I'm not taking all this shit because that ain't all me. Just like I'm no more 100% of my mother or my father. I'm a combination of my mother and my father. So some of my bad traits.
Imagine how, Rico, imagine how the parents of serial killers feel. Imagine that. Exactly. To know that they birthed someone in the world, raised them in a household, and they became serial killers.
Exactly. Perfect.
Because there were red or serial rapists. There were red flags and patterns of behavior that, again, as parents, we choose to ignore. Yeah. Our judgment gets cloudy when it comes to our children a lot.
Because of the heart.
Hold on, y'all. Hold on. Okay, I got a question for y'all. Is Miss Robbie wrong? And you too, Vaughn, you weigh into this too. Is Miss
Greetings,
Robbie
everybody.
wrong?
Greetings.
Greetings, brother. Greetings, brother.
Hey, you family now. We don't even acknowledge you when you come
Yeah, I know. I'm just here, right?
Don't let Clarence develop with his bullshit.
You get it. I can't acknowledge you because either Patrice is talking or Rico's talking or both of them talking. I can't acknowledge you, man. So you just have to get used to that. All right. So anyway, y'all, is Miss Robbie wrong? Because that's her son. And so now she had all this energy for whoever was the murderer, right? Whoever was the murderer, she was like, we need to catch this person. We need to get him. And she had all this energy, this bad guy energy for him. She found out it's her own son. She backed up off of a lot of that energy. So that's putting pressure on the family, right? The family's like, hey, what happened to all this bad guy energy you had? He's the one. Okay, he's the one that did. Okay, we should still be on him with both feet. But because she's a mother, she's saying, that's my son. Oh my goodness.
Y'all want some popsicle?
What's wrong with this girl?
Wow.
What is wrong with this girl? Now first she come out here with the oxtails. Don't offer us no oxtails.
Wait a minute. I missed the oxtail part. Patrice, you had oxtail?
Did you
Come
hear
on
my
now.
question, Patrice?
Vaughn, he talking about a long time ago, and I already told you.
I ain't gonna let it go.
I thought you did that today because I didn't see
y'all can have some popsicle, but y'all can't have no oxtail.
I ain't gonna let it go, Patrice. I ain't letting it go. All right, so did you hear my question, Patrice? The mother, she had all this energy, negative energy for, we want to catch this person. We want to do, remember she's going around on all this talk show. I want to see this person. That person should be under the jail. They find out it's Tim. She's backing up off of a lot of this energy.
That's
right?
exactly what me and Patrice were just talking about. I couldn't say she's
is
wrong.
She right? Is she right?
No,
or is she wrong? Or not? Or whatever. What's going on?
Well,
you can't
as a mother,
she isn't. It's just hard.
I mean, she's a mother, though. Come on.
As a mother, I heard her say, that's my son. And it's just like a marriage till death do us part, which leads me to believe that even if he's convicted, she's still going to be there for him.
Of course.
As a mother. Now, again, I get it. I understand. Some mothers are that way. They are. Unfortunately, I ain't one of them. So, and listen, and I love my child.
I know.
But if you do something to your child, which is my grandchild or your nephew or somebody, like, that's where I draw the line with you. I draw the line. I draw the line. I'm gonna be honest. I've had conversations with my son. Now, if you are trying to defend your own life, defend the life of your family, your property, and things of that nature, I'm gonna fight there with you to the end. But if you out there just doing things raggedy and just to commit crimes, and you doing things against your own blood family members for your greed, for your gluttony, for like, now, what we doing?
Let me throw another twist in it though, Clarence, that you didn't think about. What if, for example, he did what he did?
That's me.
This is the dilemma. If he did what he did, and the boy's Dre father was still alive. See, so now the mother got to choose between two sons, because one son killed the son of the other son. Now, she can probably more easily, because she don't have that other father in her ear saying, this motherfucker killed my son.
But you know what though, Rico? Rico.
Yes,
one thing that I want to say about that is, I know we go way back, into we go back to different eras, and I just don't believe, Billie Holiday sang a song that said, love is like a faucet, it turns off and on. I don't believe that type of theory, because even if my son committed a heinous crime, my God, I would not condone what he did at all. But it would be disheartening to me, because I can't shut the love off that I have for my child. That's just real talk right there.
But if
I can't just turn my love into hate.
You're right.
Now, would I be disgusted? Wait, hold on. Would I be disgusted? Would I be in a disarray? Would I be dismayed? Would I be confused? Exactly. Would I condone the actions? Hell no. I would not condone that type of behavior. Whether it's my son, my wife, my mother, my cousin, my friend, my sister, I'm not going to condone it. But at the same time, I cannot. It would pain me to know that.
What would you want to happen to your child? What would you want to happen if your child did what Tim did?
If my child did something that heinous, he should pay the consequences of that. And that just goes without saying. I'm not going to sit here and run a campaign and say, well, he's my son. No, don't make him do or face the consequences of whatever it is that he did. No.
But Vaughn, let me ask you, I don't think we ever think of it in the aspect of the Abel and Cain philosophy. You're the father of two children. You love them both. As you said, the faucet is on for both of them. One murks the other.
Yeah.
So now you keep the faucet on for the one that's here. Where's the faucet for the one that was murked?
But see, here's the thing. I still love both. But see, this is what I'm saying.
One took one away from
and this is just me. I love both children. I love them just the same. And if one gets sidetracked to do some, heinous crimes like what we're talking about,
right?
I would have to within me understand, okay, hey, listen, come on, this is unacceptable, whether I love you or not. But it doesn't take away. I'm still going to have a longing and a love for you and wish that you didn't take that route, because for me, and I'm just speaking for me alone, love does not turn off and on for me, especially when it comes to family members. Now,
you're a bigger man than me.
Well, no. Like I'm saying, well, should I go to the prison and visit you because of the crime that you committed? Possibly, I may not do that, and that would be a hardship within itself. If you were still alive to serve time for whatever heinous crime you did. But at the same time, man, my love for my son, because I'm looking at it as if it was my child. You see what I'm saying? I would have to try to figure out what went wrong, what happened. me and his mother would not stop loving this young man. But at the same time, we would have to accept the fact that he messed up. He did something totally wrong. And I'm ashamed. I would be definitely ashamed.
But let me just say this. I can almost be at a place to disown a child of mine, to take the life of someone if it wasn't in self-defense.
Yeah.
Because I don't believe I ever brought a human being into this world that has the right to take the life of another.
No, you don't have the right. You do not have the right.
So, to me, that's as Patrice said, the line to be crossed, a bridge too far, that I can't forgive that, because then I take that guilt as if, I took that. I mean, if it's in self-defense, I can make an exception. I can make a difference like that. But then to even say you took the life of another loved one, my sympathy, because my sympathy, my heart always go more out for the victims, period. So if my kids was out here just in reckless gunplay and they killed your son, I can't forgive my son for that, because he took another life, and I'm always going to be thinking about the life that was taken. You're fucking here. So you want to be crying, oh my dad, motherfucker, you're here. You're here to feel this pain. This person whose life you took is gone, and you acted like you had the power of God in your hand, and you don't. So,
but I'm not sure if you're hearing me though.
Self-defense, can I possibly
he's not listening to you at all.
I'm not sure if you're hearing me.
He's not listening to you.
What I'm saying is definitely that it's unacceptable behavior. I'm not going to condone it, and I'm not going to support it. But I would be so heartbroken because of the love that I have for you. That's something that's already embedded. And I'm sure if you're a parent and you love your children, then you would understand what I'm saying, because these are what this exactly is what the parents of the individuals who commit these heinous crimes are feeling. They're feeling like it's their fault. But at the same time, they can't cut off the love that they have for their child, and you shouldn't have to. That was a natural thing that you felt. It's not your fault that your child grew up and committed some crimes, that are.
Let me ask you a question.
Yeah.
Let me ask just one question. In the story that we're talking about, or two questions. Do you think Andre, the young man who was murdered, could ever forgive him?
I can't speak for that. You know
right,
what I'm
saying?
I'm just
saying, it's just a theory. Because here,
but you know what? I really can't. I can't.
Right,
I can't answer that.
Right,
the only thing I can answer.
Right.
No, the only thing
he can be here to answer. But in my mind, I think in theory, right? Well, when I sit there and look the other way, I'm like, what am I saying to the victim?
Yeah, no, I'm not looking the other way.
That's the thing that keeps weighing on me. The victim that's gone. What am I saying to them? Because I'm being honest, if you kill me,
it was terrible. It was a terrible thing that happened.
I don't want nobody to forgive you. I don't want nobody. I don't want you to be forgiven by anybody. And I think most victims are like that, because I don't think most victims are ready to die. I don't think.
Of course
I think about the terror that they must feel, knowing that their life is leaving them, and I can never reconcile that. And I'm like, I think the majority of victims don't want.
But you know what? Even
perpetrators are taking their life to be forgiven.
Exactly.
So I'm not ready to do that.
Yeah, even to speak to this situation, when this young man was going out, he had no idea why.
No.
Because it was a setup.
No. Nope.
You see what I'm saying?
No.
So he really left without being able to blame anyone. It's different. It's different if you wait a minute. It's different if you die. If you were standing in front of your cousin and they're pointing a gun at you and they shoot you and you see that it's your family member. But I don't believe he had a clue, because they threw their rocks and they hid their hands
at the moment. But you don't believe he's on a higher plane now and is aware of, if we believe in spirituality, that he's somewhere on a higher plane now, and he's aware, maybe looking down like, this motherfucker. You know what I'm saying? That's what I'm just thinking to myself. Like, well, what if they're at a higher plane looking at like, I can't believe this motherfucker.
Well, I think well, if we want to get into that, I believe if he's in a higher and better place, I don't believe he's even concentrating on what's going on down here.
No, but I don't know.
But you know, that's just
we all want to believe
that's my
angels go
thinking.
up there and forgive everybody, right? Oh, they
Yeah.
go up there and they forgive everybody. I'm like,
Yeah.
I don't know. Until I in heaven or hell will I make a decision.
Yeah.
My thing here on this earthly realm, people
That's
who
right
don't
off. That's right off heaven.
the people,
right.
the people who don't have the right. Well, maybe I go somewhere in between. I'm going to hell with air conditioning.
Do they have a bar on the way?
Rico gonna be stuck in
I don't want air
purgatory.
conditioning.
Rico's gonna be stuck in purgatory. He's not. I don't think he's gonna
Just give me
advance
some air conditioning.
any further. No, let me quit.
But I'm just saying,
joking.
it's just no, I'm fine with it. But I'm just sitting there saying it just for me that's a tough hill
It
to
is.
climb, and that woman got to be. She don't even deserve the pain that she's in.
And can you imagine the pain that she's in, though, Rico? Because it is her beloved. Wait, it's your beloved son.
I can't even imagine.
Do you know what she has sacrificed in order to help him get himself established? How much time and effort and finances and time
Even
that she put into that.
First time.
And wait, not to mention the fact that she had got to a place to where she was very proud of him in spite of his past.
Yeah.
And we all watched and we all said, well, wow,
Hey, remember
I see this brother's really trying to, make his life better.
Remember he was doing speeches at
I also saw, like I said, I saw some red flags in the reality TV show that I think that they because it's reality TV, they pumped it up even more. But I saw some behaviors, like I knew that he treated Dre different than he treated the other young man, and just the stuff that he was doing behind his mom's back and just the behavior he had with the girlfriends. I was like, it's something off about him. I kept saying that, but I'm saying, okay, it's reality. Maybe they making them do this, and because it's a lot of it is scripted. But something just kept in me saying, like, he wasn't wrapped too tight, and it's easy for us to see it on the outside looking in. I don't know if his mother saw it and just choose to ignore the red flags, because as mothers we tend to do that with our children. Like, we can know that we have behavior problem children, and we will pin it up as, oh, he just, that just pent up anger, or he just got a burst of energy, or he just, we see the anger and we'll say, oh, he just, he gets mad like that sometimes, and know that it's more than that. We know that it's problematic, but as a mother, I understand the plight. But I'm saying, for me as a mother, that's where I draw the line. Like, I couldn't forgive. Like, I see a lot of the victim families and stuff when they get their family members getting murked and stuff unjustly, and I'm sorry, I can't forgive. I will be that mother. I won't be sitting in court and on the news saying, oh, I forgive you and I'm gonna pray for you. Not that ain't me. I'm sorry.
I'm gonna tell you a perfect example where family forgave bad. I'll tell you a perfect example where family forgave bad behavior and shit ended up worse. This is a white family, thank God. Oh, we can take it off us for a minute. Them fucking Duggars. Them Duggars. Remember that? That the family 1819, the Duggars.
Oh man, that's a horrible.
And they forgave the boy for molesting his damn sisters. And now he's sitting in jail with C, Orange P, whatever, because he ain't never stopped. And he never continued to stop.
I'm not that family member like the family member of Botham Jones.
Look, they were reality TV. There was a million fucking red flags. They continue to ignore and support this shit, and that sick, twisted piece of shit got worse.
Okay.
It happens.
Let's talk about that.
And even the Botham family. After you murk my family member, you a police officer, and you unjustly murk my family member. I'm not gonna sit in the courtroom and say, "Can I give you a hug?" I'm not doing that.
And let me tell you,
I'm afraid can I hug you? No.
Here's one other last thing to go to show you guys just how much of a piece of shit Tim is. one thing, because let's face it, them reality TV shows, they don't give a shit about the people on them. It's just a business. As long as you stay on reality TV, as long as you get views and they can make money off your ass. Black, blue, green, white, whatever. That's it. Okay. So what I'm saying is, based on what he's done, this can seriously affect her brand, the TV show, and everything else. So
it
even
has
with
affected
him doing this shit,
I believe it did affect it, didn't
it? He's still having a negative effect on this woman's
it definitely
life.
affected her brand. Yeah.
This piece of shit needs to go somewhere. He's in jail and still causing problems. It's crazy.
Yeah. Well, he should definitely be dealt with. So that goes without saying. Yeah. I mean, that was just, man.
Yeah, that's a bad.
When I look at the whole scenario, it just man, it makes me cringe a little bit, because it's just ridiculous for you to have that much greed and hatred in your heart. You've already been presented an opportunity to do well. God is putting blessings and opening up doors for you as you're moving along, and you're just taking advantage of it because it's not enough. And that's what a lot of us, we're so greedy. However God blesses us, it's not enough. It's just not enough, to the point to where we want to go steal now. And when you steal another person's life for your benefit, come on, you definitely have to pay the consequences for that.
Yeah, man. Yeah.
Yes, you do.
Whatever,
and yes, you should. Yes, you do, and yes, you should. Yes.
Whatever that sentence is, he deserved that and then some, in my humble opinion, because like I said, not only did he take his life, when you take a life, especially that young, you take the seed of whatever life comes after that. You take generations of whatever come after that. Like I said, he will never get married. He will never have children. He would never experience being a man.
He has children. He has a son, right?
No.
Who? Gray? No.
Tim does. The boy
Tim.
killed.
Oh, yeah. I see what you're saying. You're talking about. Okay, I see.
Nephew. I'm saying when you murk a person that young, he was 20. He didn't even have a chance to become a man. He didn't have a chance to experience what it is to get married, to have children. Not only do you take his life, you take all of that. And seeing people don't think about that when you commit that type of crime. And then when you plot, this is premeditated, meaning he thought out, planned it, conspired, executed it out to the fullest. Like, this is the lowest of the lowest that you can do to a human being. And not only that, your blood human being, relative, a blood relative, your brother's child.
Yeah.
So for me, it's unforgivable. I'm sorry.
Okay,
I'm not forgiving my son. I'm not. And I brought you in the world, but I'm not forgiving you. Whatever comes your way for a punishment like that, you need to take that punishment. And even if it means go up and be judged by God, that's what you need to do.
Yeah.
I don't think it was a couple of things. I don't think she's trying to forgive him for it. I just think she's just trying to bring as much comfort as she can.
You're talking about Robbie?
Yeah.
Robbie.
Yeah.
I didn't say she was trying to forgive him, but I could tell the way she talks. She said, yeah, she's saying it's my son. It's like a marriage till death do us part. So you can tell whatever the outcome is, she's going to be there for him every step of the way. And even after, you could tell, because she did it for him before when he went in at 17. I'm sure she's going to do it again. You know what I'm saying? It's just harder. It's more harsher now because it's both of their blood. It's his nephew and her grandchild, you know?
And what about the rift between her and her sisters now? Like, her sisters are like, what? Wait a minute. Wait, you had a smoke for the dude that you thought you didn't know it was this person. Now we know who it is. Where's your smoke for him? You should still have smoke for him.
Honestly, she should have the same smoke. Even though it's her child, she should have the same smoke.
Listen, well, let me ask a quick question.
It makes it worse to know that it's a relative, because strangers We see that happening every day with strangers. So it's actually more accountability and responsibility because it's actually a blood relative.
Yeah. What you say, Vaughn?
No, I just wanted to make sure that, you know, a lot of times when I get on these platforms, I'm not sure if my mic is too loud or if it's too low.
No, you good.
Does it sound normal?
Yeah. We hear
so it
you
could
loud.
just be maybe it's just the stream that sounds loud. Okay, I got it.
All right. So let me ask y'all a question. What stops these mothers, in particularly, from noticing they see these red flags, right? You see these red flags with these children, right? Like, for example, I was watching this thing about this dude that they knew he had some issues. They knew he had some issues upstairs mentally, right? And so he got to a certain age, and he could never hold down a job, or he didn't have any friends or anything like that. So and then he had gotten in trouble for I think trying to have relations with one of his nieces or something like that. He had did some time in jail for that, and so he was always a little off-putting, a little weird. And so, but they always tried to. They never precluded him from being around other people, right? Until one day, the boy came in and he started hugging the mother, and the way he was hugging the mother was a little romantic like, and the mother was like, "Get away from me, get off me," right? What makes the women, especially, because I don't think men are like that too much. I think men will confront even a child that's throwing out red flags if they see them. I think it's mainly moms that are willing to overlook a lot of these red flags. So my question is, why? What's making them overlook these red flags? Is it the love they have for the person? Or yes, ma'am.
I'm sorry, I dropped off. I didn't hear your question. Would you mind please repeating it?
What my question is, Patrice, what makes the mothers, and usually it's the mothers that'll see a lot of these red flags, let's say especially on a son, they have a son that's like kind of weird or kind of acts a little crazy, or has some issues, and the mother will see it, but instead of addressing it or creating an environment where that person's behavior is always checked, they will act like nothing's wrong, like everything's okay, right? So I was telling a story about this one lady that come to find out this dude had ARPed a lot of people, and they didn't know, and how they found out, they were closing in on the dude. They ended up getting him with the DNA or whatever, but they were closing in on him. But meanwhile, he was doing a lot of strange stuff around the house. He was living with his mom. He was about 28, 29, living with his mom, no job, no friends, nothing like that. Sometimes he would just leave the house and be gone for like 2 or 3 days, right? But anyway, and so he hugged the mother one day. One day he told the mother, "I love you," and hugged the mother. And the way he was hugging the mother was kind of like a romantic hugging. And the mother was like, "Get off me, leave me alone, get off." That was when she finally, her eyes popped open, like, this dude is not right. You know what I mean? And so my question was, why don't because I think the fathers, if they see these red flags, the father's more likely to confront the child, especially the son. The father's more likely to confront that son and say, "Hey, son, so and such and such." Whereas the mother, a lot of times, act like it's not happening or just bury their head. Why do they do that? That was my question. Why are they more likely to just not confront it than the fathers? Why? Why is it like that? Anybody?
What gibberish you talking about? You always come up with these crazy ass questions. What you come up with? I know
I'm
it's some
sorry.
huggable
Totally.
bugaboo.
You know what?
It's some
My
huggable
bad.
bugaboo. I'm certain.
My
Well,
bad. I
that's
totally
good.
missed the
Okay, I
question.
gotta
Totally
say the
missed
whole
it.
question all over again.
I'm sorry.
Nobody gets Clarence questions
Can
but
you?
Clarence. Everybody else be like,
Let's,
oh, you know,
let's
it's like the Charlie Brown
can we bring
commercial
the
where you
libations? Can we next time? Let's have all the libations right there. All right. So why Rico is a father more likely to confront a child that's showing these red flags, whereas the mothers tend to ignore them or even sometimes enable the child to continue to be a perpetrator out
Mothers
there.
love harder than fathers, period. That's the short and quick. Mothers love harder than fathers. I love
What does
my
that
kids.
mean?
I don't love them motherfuckers that much. Mothers love harder than fathers. They just do. I mean, fathers, we're more because even as a father, you can love your kids, but I grew up in a space of accountability where I had to be accountable to myself and no one gave a shit. And that's just the way it was. So that is also a lesson that we should responsibly want to teach to our children. Ergo, although there are a lot of them little sorry motherfuckers out there that don't want to take that lesson or don't want to learn it, but still, nonetheless, as a father, you're obligated to try to teach that lesson to your kids. Mothers like to believe that they can always protect and love and support and nurture their children, and they'll get them to eventually come around. Fathers, we got a shorter lifespan and shorter tolerance. It's like, well, if I tell your ass to do something, I ain't gonna tell you but one or two more times, then we got to move it to the next.
Right.
We ain't gonna be all day with this, because the world just don't work that way. Where you gonna have all this grace to do shit right. You got to do shit right. We come up in a space. If you don't do it right the first time, you forever lost. You forever. Hey, drop the link for money. You forever lost. You forever left out. Or either, especially as a young black man, I try to tell my kids, hey, look, the world don't look at your ass favorable. My sons anyway. Like, the world don't look at you favorable. So you got to get the shit right out the gate. I wish and hope I had a conversation with my son was in there for. But Dad, I'm like, that shit ain't gonna change. Oh, you got to. I said, okay, whatever. Then y'all change it, okay? All I'm trying to do is to prepare your ass for the world that I had to live in. And the world that I had to live in, tolerance for people who look like me, especially young men. So if I see you fucking up, I'm going to address you the way men addressed us. We're a little bit more lenient with the girls, but with the boys, no. We pushing them to be sons. Go ahead, Patrice.
Yeah, I just want to elaborate. It is a part of what I said earlier. Women tend to, with their children or parents in general, because if you coming from a two household, both parents, it's been incidents where both parents, listen, they ignore the red flags in their children. Their judgment is cloudy. And if this is a single mom, absolutely. Parents tend to do it all the time. Look at these mass shooters. Look, these, most of them come from 2-parent households. The red flags was ignored by both parents. But women that are in single households, same thing. When it's your child, we choose to ignore the red flags, and our judgment is cloudy when it comes to our children, because we don't want to have the thought, wrap our brains around the fact that your child have behavior problems. Your child is exuding mental issues, anger issues. Listen, you have just not too long ago, recently on, she was one of the basketball wives, and I think she used to be married to Stephen Howard. Her son just got arrested for molesting her new boyfriend's 10-year-old son, and it had been going on for a while. But check this out. She knew that her son had these type of issues before because he got in trouble.
We did that one. I think that was Dwight Howard's son you're talking about.
Dwight Howard, yes, Dwight Howard. Listen, they knew he had gotten in trouble before by exuding this behavior. But you will constantly bring him around children. So now you got a new boyfriend who has a 10-year-old son. You know your son is this way. And you will allow your new boyfriend to bring his innocent child around your child who is a pedophile.
That's why they arrested her for child endangerment. Yeah.
And they need to start putting the onus and responsibility on the parents more when they are allowing this. And this is a problem that has to stop, because now I don't know, prior to Tim getting locked up at 17, I would think that he was a problem child. He probably was exuding that type of behavior as a kid and as a teenager, because you don't just go and murk somebody at 17. You just, come on, we got to be real about this. And again, I think that there are mental behavior things that we choose to ignore in our children, because we don't want to think that we bore a child like that.
Well, listen.
Let me say this in a there are children that is this way, and whether you come from a 2-parent household, because I'm telling y'all, Lunel told the truth in her stand-up. When she talked to them Caucasian persuasion people, she said, y'all children are broken. They becoming these mass murkers. Fix it. We need to fix it. Parents, when our children are exuding this type of behavior, something wrong. If they too quiet and stuck in their room, don't have no friends, something's wrong. If they're not active, if they always angry, we have to pay attention to the signs. And a lot of times we choose to not want to do that because it's our child. We don't want to believe that our child got behavior problems or mental health issues. Because clearly, there is red flags prior to things happening when it festers and get that big, in my humble opinion.
But why are the mothers,
I
guys?
agree.
Why are the mothers? Sorry, Vaughn, go ahead.
No. I was just saying I agree with what she was saying. I didn't mean to cut you off, Brother Clarence.
Oh, no. I just want us to, because I think Rico answered the question, but I don't know if you two did. Why are the mothers?
I did. I said the women are just to blame when they are single mothers. They do the same thing. Listen. Their judgment gets cloudy when it's their child. They want to make every excuse in the world for why they don't want to face the fact that their child is a problem child.
Yeah. But Patrice, don't they realize that if it doesn't get addressed, you're just gonna have a bigger issue later? Do they realize that, or do they don't realize it, or don't care, or what is it?
It could be cognitive dissonance. It could be denial. Cognitive dissonance is a real thing with people when they don't want to face facts of a reality of some shit, right? It could be that. Listen, and a lot of these younger generation of mothers, they're not the best at parenting skills. Some of them are not raising their children right in these households as it is, and they could have healthy children.
Well, I just want to say this, if I could. My heart goes out to Robbie, because that's her son, and I know that had to be, man, gut-wrenching for her to know the fact that, after all that she has invested in this young man, from the child all the way up to an adult, and to go to bat for him the way that she did. And even when you feel like this is the last go round, and then you F that up, by doing something like what he did, in regards to the other family member, got to be heart-wrenching for her. So my heart and my prayers go out to her, because it's such a hard thing to deal with. We don't even know what this woman is going through right now as we're, having this conversation. You see what I'm saying? How is her spirit? Because of course, and if you know about her personality, she would never condone anything like that. You see what I'm saying? So, man, you know, my heart goes out to her. Unfortunately, this was a very tragic thing that happened. Um, it happens in many families. It just so happens that this has been broadcast or, you know, put over the internet and on television, you know, this circumstance. But this is not the only time that this has happened in families, you know, because you have brother pitting themselves against brother, sister pitting themselves against sister. And I'm talking about to the death, to the death, you know. And when I was growing up as an only child, I couldn't understand. A lot of my friends, they would have 5 siblings. Some of them would have 6 siblings. And one family I knew had 10 siblings, and none of them seemed to get along. And I was at such odds because I felt like, wow, you know, if I wish I had a brother and sister, you know, me being the only child. Why is it that you Negroes don't know how to get along with each other? You know, look, you have weeks to do this. Each person can take a turn to do that. I mean, my God, I had to do everything myself. But brother against brother, sister against sister. And this is what we see: cousin against cousin, you know, cousin against aunt, aunt against nephew, and the family structure is being destroyed. It's like we're imploding. You know that word? What is that? What is that when they say imploding? Does that mean exploding from the inside? Do you know what I'm saying? Because that's what we're doing. You know, and it's very unfortunate. It's very unfortunate. You know, I just wanted to get on real quick because I have another obligation. I wanted to get on and just share my opinion real quick. But yeah, man, great show. Man, this is just this situation here. And I still, does anybody know what the outcome of this is? Has he been sentenced exactly yet? And
No,
because
No,
I
they
haven't
don't
heard
go to
too much.
trial. They don't go to trial till later this year.
yeah,
Okay, so
September. Sorry, yeah.
wow, okay.
Their ass is
Well,
guilty. They
it's
But
been
guilty.
there's
being,
enough,
Laid out there.
evidence.
Yeah,
There's enough evidence,
yeah.
obviously,
mountain of
that
evidence.
can point
I,
toward this
I,
brother.
I think Vaughn, even if they don't even get his phone records in there, because him and his lawyers trying to not get his phone records as evidence in the trial. But I think even without his phone records and the burner phone and the conversations that the girl and the guy at the trigger man and the insurance man, that they've all implicated him. So I
Right.
think
That's what they're gonna tell too.
they probably have enough proof even without that. But him and his lawyer have been postponing it, and then he called COVID. Tim called COVID in prison,
Yeah.
so that was another postpone.
Well, he's gonna catch a lot of other things. So
Yeah,
but
exactly.
listen, guys, I gotta go. But thank you so much for having me up here, Brother Clarence, Brother Rico,
Thank
my
you for always
sister
coming through,
OG
brother.
Patrice. I will
All right.
get back with you all real soon.
And we
Okay.
expect
All
to
right,
see you in a couple of days.
All right, see you
You know,
see you in a little
some
while.
Thursday.
All right, peace.
All right, brother. Thank you as always.
Yeah, but it's sad. My heart does go out to Miss Robbie. I mean, I can't even imagine as a mother and as a Black woman that worked so hard to get to where she is and accomplish the things that she has in her life, and to only have, because that's her only son, right? She only had him.
No. She had his brother.
She had a one.
And the brother that got me. I'm sorry, you're right. I just said that earlier. Yes, I forgot. Because out of sight, out of mind, we never saw him. So I'm thinking, but yeah, and to know that.
I got a question for y'all. I got a question.
Wait a minute. Wait. To know that she have now. She's losing this son again, because she's gonna lose him back into the system. She lost another son. She lost a grandchild. And she lost a fiance.
Yeah. Ouch.
My heart goes out to her.
Okay. I got a question for y'all. We're all parents, right? When is the time to cut these kids loose? I mean, when is it time where you finally realize I can't do nothing more for this child? I gotta let this child go. Remember, hey, let me give you an example of what I'm talking about. Are y'all familiar with a American television show called Good Times?
Huh?
Yeah, of course.
Remember? Okay, let me let me show you what I'm talking about. Let's see. Because there's a specific scene in Good Times that I want to get to you.
So without you and your Good Time story, I will tell you this, Clarence, right?
All right. Yeah.
For me, I release my sons or my children when they reach the age that they make it clear to me that they don't deem it necessary that they need a father again. And I ain't got but one child that's done that. That's that problem child. I have a Tim. He ain't killed nobody that I'm aware of, but I have a Tim. That boy, but the thing is, like with me and him, it's not a hidden thing. You know what I'm saying? We have confronted each other, and he's made it clear to me, what he thinks and how he feels about me. And I'm like, I'm okay with that. Because like I tell him, I'm like, you damn near fucking 40. Stop talking about what kind of father I was and you go out and be a better one. See, because nothing you say about me is going to, like I have to constantly remind him, I won't be judged for your relationship with your children. You will be. See, you're going to be judging me for my relationship with you. And all the while, you're damaging your relationship with your own children. And I'm trying to tell you how to better it, but you so upset because you didn't like the way that I raised you. Motherfucker, I raised them other four the same way, and they didn't like it either. But they all woke up one day and said, this nigga was right. Okay? And that's why we're thicker than thieves. But this is the one, and not only is he estranged from me, he's estranged from his brothers. Because they all finally got to the point where they were like, Dad, he just always want a fucking pity party. He would go out here and do the most fucked up shit, and he plays the. He just like my daughter just told me. He just put some shit on. I ain't spoke to the boy. I ain't spoke to this son in almost 3 years. In almost 3 years, we haven't fought. I said, okay, I'm not fighting with him no more. This, that, whatever. Boom. 3 years. He's still putting shit on Facebook about me. I don't even care. But even his other brother, they're like, Dad, we don't even follow it. We don't listen to it because he's on this constant. I had it hard. Like I'm going to mistreat this one child. I got 5 fucking sons. I'm gonna mistreat this one. Literally, and I'll be honest with you. He would literally say, I got the most spankings. And that was true. It wasn't because I didn't like you.
Did the most stuff.
Okay. He's the one out of the 5 that stole a car.
Yeah.
He's the one out of the 5 that got expelled from school. He's the one out of 5 that's bringing drugs in the house. And for some other reason, because the rest of them didn't get the punishment that he did, at damn near 40, it's unfair. Like, motherfucker, they didn't do what you did.
Exactly.
They didn't do what you did. Literally, he's got a little bit of narcissism.
Yeah, that's the denial that a lot of them, they try to play like, you were so unfair to him.
And because I won't bend to it, that's why even to this day, and the thing is he has a circle of friends who don't know me, who don't know his brothers, who didn't see how I raised them.
Right.
He can feed, and they feed that bullshit back into him.
Right.
I'm like,
exactly.
Fuck you and them did.
Right.
And that's what it is.
Rico.
Sorry. So you got to cut them loose when they need to be cut loose.
But here's what I'm saying.
And I pretty much cut all of them loose.
It's a hard decision. And I'm going to show you what I'm talking about. It's a hard decision. Because even though your
It
son
ain't
might,
horrible.
your son or daughter
No, not
might be
horrible.
bad, well, it's tougher on the mothers, I should say. All right, so let's see what I'm talking about.
Turn it up.
Cleon, I've decided on an indeterminate sentence in St. Charles Reformatory for Boys until you're 21 or otherwise discharged.
Your Honor, St. Charles is filled up. No vacancies.
Well, the county jail is no place for a juvenile. They'll have to go there temporarily.
They're even more crowded over there, Your
Who
Honor.
got the echo?
No vacancies. What the hell are we running here? A jail system or a Holiday Inn?
During which time you'll report to your probation officer at least twice a week and attend group rap sessions. Yeah. If I ever see you in this hearing room again, you'll serve your full sentence, even if it's in the county jail. Lay on your administration. Got the jump. See there, Mama? Nothing to it. I'm in the clear. Everything's cool.
Don't you talk to me, boy. Don't you ever talk to me again. There ain't nothing to be done with you, Cleon. You know good. Lord knows I have done my best. But you just plain no good. Anyway, talk to your beloved son. You was beloved once. A long time ago. But no more. And I give up on you, Cleon. I pray to God every night that none of my other kids turn out like you.
Oh, you ain't got to worry about them, Mama. See, they got me. I'm going to see they get over. See?
Look at you. You're standing there smirking and bringing all this grief on me. I never thought I could feel this way about my own child. I hate you. Sometimes I wish you was never born. Only your father was here. What if he was? He'd be a wine on the gutter. You ran on, you didn't he? What was it we did him, Mama? Where was he? I don't need him. I don't need nobody.
Of course, okay, y'all know that this is obviously the scene where Mad Dog has shot JJ. He had to go to court for it, and that was his mother actually just saying, throwing her hands up, saying, I can't deal with you no more, man. You on your own after this. Just can't do it no more. All right, so let's finish up with James Evans.
Want me to? Huh? What you want? You want to hit me? Come on, hit me, man. Hit me. Oh, hit me.
I don't want to hit your son. I don't want nothing. Florida, what you doing here? I thought I told you to stay home,
I was
baby.
so worried about what you might do. I had to come. They let him go, huh?
Yeah. Plenty of guns, but no places to put the kids that use them.
Well, there ain't nothing we could do, James.
Yeah, there was something I could have done. I could have broke them in half, but... Florida, what kind of father am I to feel sorry for the man that shot my son?
You're right kind, James. You're right kind.
Y'all. All right. First of all, let's bring wait, Rico. We got a guest on the panel. Can I bring Mr. Best in the World in?
Oh,
Mr.
sure.
Best in the World.
What's going on, family? Hey, what's up, y'all? Hey, OG Patrice, Rico, Brooklyn. I'm in the Lions Den right now. I already know because what I'm about to say, I'm about to get attacked. I already know.
I smell
it's all
red
good,
meat.
though. I'm ready.
I smell red meat.
I'm ready, though.
All right,
It's all good.
Mr. Best, man. What's your thoughts, man? What do you have? What do you have to add to the conversation, big brother? Glad to hear.
I mean, thank you. I mean, I could have been.
Ask him if he tapped in on the Sweetie situation.
Okay.
You heard about that?
I kind of have a little bit of knowledge of that, a little bit. Yeah. But I could have been that character on that show, man, because my dad wasn't there at all. And he just stepped in my life like 2 years ago. You know what I'm
Oh man,
saying?
sorry
And
to
I'm
hear that.
almost 40. So it is what it is. So I think that okay, there are fathers who were there, or there are fathers who tried, you know what I'm saying? But to be honest, and I'm just gonna be completely honest, you know what I mean? And I don't mean no disrespect, you know what I mean?
Say it, brother.
I just feel like the past generation, like they dropped the motherfucking ball, man. I'm gonna be honest. They dropped the motherfucking ball. I'm not saying we're doing better. I'm not saying that we're doing better than y'all generation. I'm not saying that. I am not saying that at all. Because we got a whole bunch of problems with these youngins right now, boy. We got a whole lot of shit going on with the drill music and all that. We got a lot with our kids and our teenagers right now. We do. But what I'm saying is that I feel like our parents, or now the grandparents, right, which is our parents now, like, you know what I mean? I feel like they dropped the ball a lot. And the thing that makes me upset about it, especially when I look at my dad, or look at even shit with my mom at times, is that they had a stable family home. Like, my grandfather was there. Both my grandfathers was up in the home. Like, and they provided. Hell, my dad's father had like 13 kids and he still took care of everybody. So I'm like, I don't know what his excuse is. You know what I'm saying? Like, I understand, like, in the 80s, you know, y'all was doing y'all thing, or late 70s, y'all doing y'all thing. It was, you know, sex, drug, and rock and roll. Y'all was partying, the disco shit and all that. Y'all was having a ball. I get it. I seen the clips. Y'all was having a motherfucking good time. I seen it. You know what I mean? And I don't blame you for having a good time, but it's like, well, what about us? You know what I mean? I know crack came and it bothered y'all. I know cocaine came and it bothered y'all. I know AIDS came and it bothered y'all. I even had a family member who passed away from one of those circumstances. So I'm not denying the plight that you had to go through. I know the whole Reagan administration came in and kind of fucked things up for y'all. I feel it.
Man.
I'm not denying that. I'm not denying none of that. Right? But what I'm saying is still, what about your child though? With all that being said, what about us? You know what I'm saying? And at the end of the day, like a lot of y'all people in y'all generation, y'all just left us abandoned. You know what I'm saying? Because y'all wanted to chase a certain high, a lifestyle or some shit. And now we 30 years removed, sometimes 40 years removed, some of us. And you know what I mean? We can't give you your flowers because ain't too many flowers can be given. You know what I'm saying? So now, yeah, we created technology and this other shit, but we have to make up for the shit that y'all did. Now we gotta raise kids and we still gotta be an adult. That's 3 tasks at once. That shit is hard. You know what I mean? And truth be told, that's kind of why I don't have kids. To be honest with you, because I don't know how to raise them. I'll be completely real. I'm still trying to get everything maintained as a man myself.
Right.
I'm not even there yet. Not fully, almost, but not fully. And I'm weird with myself about that. So I think, but a lot of my peers, they made mistakes. They had kids already. You know what I mean? God bless them. But me, I couldn't do that. I couldn't go that route because I wasn't ready, and I knew I wasn't ready. I had too much trauma. I had too much shit that I was dealing with. So I wouldn't bring a kid on top of that. You know what I mean? I'm just being completely real and honest. I would have damaged him. You know what I'm saying? Because I wouldn't have been. I would have been there, but me delving into other shit would have fucked the kid up. I know that because I know how I was. I was a sponge, and I know my kid would have been even like me or probably even more because you got technology, right? I had technology growing up, but I didn't have this type of technology. This is a little different. You know what I mean? A kid could just pick up a phone and they could just see everything. You know what I mean? Without you even giving them permission. You know, if you don't have the right locks on your phone, your kid can find everything on your phone, even the things that you don't even want them to find. Shit, even the things you forgot about. You know what I'm saying? So that's the thing. So like, I ain't want to do that to the kids. So I'm still trying to maintain it and go through my things. But yeah, you know, salute to y'all who actually are good parents. I think the 3 of y'all are great parents. To be honest with you, you're way better parents than than what the shit I had. I'm gonna be completely real with you. You know what I mean? I think my mom tried the best, but she just it was too much for her to handle by herself. And my dad just ain't give her. He just wasn't there. So
okay, Mr. B, can I ask you a question? Were you an only child or did you have siblings?
I have 2 sisters.
Oh, okay. Oh, and
Yeah.
you all raised in the same house?
No. My dad, you know, he moved around.
Okay. So were you raised alone?
Yeah. Yes, ma'am. And he allegedly he got another son, but he don't want to claim him. But that's another story.
Okay.
Yeah.
So you were raised in a house alone?
Yeah. My sisters are in the South. I lived in New York.
Okay.
Yeah.
What do you think your mother could have done better so that your life would have been a lot easier?
I think my mom did the best she could, given the circumstances.
Yeah. But I'm saying, what do you think could have been better, so that things wouldn't have been as rough for you?
They just said nothing.
My dad being there and him playing his part. You know what I mean? Like she couldn't carry that load. Like she had too much going on, and my mom was a teen mom, so that was another factor. You know what I mean? She was a teen mom, so you know what I mean. Like my dad, if he would have just did his part, that would have made up for a lot of things. But my mom was still trying to learn how to be an adult and raise a child at the same time.
Right.
And be a career woman. And she had goals and aspirations, but all I had to go on pause because I was here.
Of course.
You know what I mean? So she couldn't do everything that she was trying to do.
So
my mom had talent.
So let me ask you this though, Mr. Best, because when you came to the conversation, you said we dropped the ball.
Yeah. Not y'all three. Y'all did great though. I like y'all.
Right. But now what I hear you saying is your mother didn't drop the ball because like you correctly said, she did the best she could with what she knew, being a teen mom and a dad a black man who failed to live up to his obligation. Let me first of all say I think it's very responsible for you to say that you don't have kids because you're not ready to bring them into this world until you're ready, because it is a tough thing and it is a big thing. I don't care at what age you are. So I wish more of us thought that way. That's very responsible. Most of us just out here just slinging peen and coochie everywhere and let the chips fall wherever they may.
Hey Rico, I always follow the great Floyd Mayweather. Protect yourself at all times.
and I've been
wait, hold up, y'all. Hold on, you guys. I'm gonna let you talk. Hold on, Monty. I've been every time you ask for the link, I put it out there, brother. I don't know what's going on. I don't know. Am I putting a bad link out there? Let me try again. But I put the link out there. Other people got up, so I'm gonna put the link out there again. Every time you ask, if you go through the chat, every time you ask for the link, I put it out there. So I don't know what's going on with you, Monty.
Pin it if you can at the top too. So what I'll say is this.
Let me do that.
I'll say this
okay,
too.
guys, go back.
I've been just as reckless as some of the other young folks out here. But what I tell them, I said, you can be reckless in your behavior, but don't be reckless in the consequences. So if you decide that you're going to go out here and be reckless and have unprotected sex and bring another life in this world, then be responsible in the consequence. And like you said, don't be like your dad. Step up, be there, be a father for your children, financially support your children, be in their lives. I think it's too much. It's like, yeah, people are reckless before the kids come, and then they continue to be reckless or don't give a shit thereafter. That's where I think the big part. And I will say this too. You're right. There were more families during my generation that had mothers and fathers in the household. But I lived in an urban area in D.C., and you'll probably know this for even New York. When I came in during the 60s, we had large pockets of single mothers by then. So the single motherhood thing, that shit's not just recent. That shit's 30, 40, 50 years. There's about 30, 40 years where it started creeping up in our community, exponentially. So I'm 57, 58. I was raised by a single mother. She had 5 kids, 4 different baby daddies. None of them mothers were around. But she was a single mother, and she did the best she could. Did my mother make some reckless ass decisions? Absolutely. But they ain't have nothing to do with stopping none of them deadbeat motherfuckers from not being there. They just wasn't. So, and that was in 1964 when I was born. Shortly thereafter, my daddy wasn't there. So all I'm saying is everybody, like you said, I'm glad, like you said, you can look at the examples of your father and your mother, and they grew up with parents, but I didn't. I didn't grow up in a household with a mother and father. And my mother didn't grow up in a household. Maybe half her life she had a mother and father together, but shortly thereafter, my grandparents had divorced and went on. So it's people, I just don't want guys of your generation, because sometimes what I think is problematic is you guys romanticize the past as if there were no ills back there. I'm like, no, it's different. It was a lot of stuff. People didn't maybe talk about it. It wasn't on the internet. It wasn't have black ass on TV. So the only thing you saw was what you saw on your neighborhood block. That was your viewing world. Today, y'all motherfuckers see the whole world. We can only see, literally, I'm on this street. I can see, I didn't even know what the fuck was going on the next street over. I only knew what was going on from this corner to this corner. I knew that business. Anything outside of that, maybe with a little bit of business from school, what going on in the next street, most of us just didn't know. We just wasn't tapped in like that. So I think like a lot of problems, the undercurrent that existed, it's there. It was there. It just wasn't as visible. It wasn't put out, and it was. You know, we were better. Yes, we dropped the ball on some things, absolutely. So I'm not trying to absolve us from that at all. But my thing is this. I'll say this. Yeah, you guys have better opportunities than we ever had too. So you guys have better opportunity to do more. So even if I completely failed, we came into a world where we had no fucking opportunities, little or none. We had to fight, beg. We had to beg for what opportunities were given to us. Y'all don't have to do that. So I get it. Yeah, okay, you didn't learn how to be a parent. God damn it, you got the internet. We didn't have that. We didn't have
but see, Rico, what you gotta understand is that
the place to go. I'm just saying we didn't have anything.
Well, what you gotta understand, like, and I've been in this position, right? When you have opportunities, but you still have trauma. You know what I'm saying? You still have things you still have problems that you're dealing with. That money don't mean nothing.
Right.
It's just more of a resource for you to be destructive, to be honest with you.
Yeah.
You know what I'm saying? And you think a lot of times that you're young and you got control. You know what I mean? Because when you in your early 30s and 20s, shit, you think you fucking invincible.
But understand this: some of us grew up with trauma and no resources.
Yeah.
So I get the trauma. I'm like, don't think we didn't have fucking trauma.
Again, let me piggyback, Rico, because this is one thing that we gotta understand, so that, you know, at some point in our generations, we have to stop blaming each other for a lot of the trauma that we never got taken care of from coming out of slavery, Reconstruction, Jim Crow, civil rights. We went through all of that and never got any therapy, no counseling, we went through all of that. So when you have a generation that did the best they could with what they had, at some point you always want your generation behind you to do better and have better than what you had. And every parent did not drop the ball. And we had all kind of monkey wrenches thrown in there. Like, and you mentioned some of them, the crack epidemic, the AIDS epidemic, the Reaganomics epidemic. We had so many things that kept pushing us back. Every time we take 2 steps forward, then we'd have to take 1 step back and we'd have to start again. So when you come from all those generations of things and you still manage to work, like you said your mom was a single mom and did the best she could. I don't consider that to be a failure. If she did the best she could with what she had, I don't consider that to be a failure. Now, if she was a teen mom like my mom was, like I was, we didn't have all the answers. We were young. You know, raising children and raising a baby don't come with a manual. We learned a lot of things as we go. And in that process, mistakes were made.
But that's what I'm saying, OG. I'm saying that she dropped the ball because she had lack of knowledge. She wasn't mature. That's how she dropped. But she didn't drop the ball because she was a bad parent. She dropped the ball because she just had lack of knowledge, and, you know, my dad wasn't there. You know what I'm saying? So it put too much pressure on her.
Yeah, it comes with the single motherhood. It comes with the absentee of the father. It comes with being a teenage mom with no skills of you know, how to be a mother, and you literally learn it as you go. Heck yeah, mistakes are going to be made, you know. So and as I see a lot of, you know, you guys' generation, the Gen X's, the Y's, and now the Z's are coming up and they're making a lot of mistakes. So now you got elders like us that's saying, you know, this this is what happens when you do this, that, A, B, C, and D. This is going to be the end result based off of what we know, our experience, and our hardships with hurdles we had to overcome from them things. So when we say the things we say, we're not saying it because we're trying to tell you guys what to do. We trying to say, look, this is what's going to be the end result. If you keep this up, and if you do this or say that, or if this happened, it's basically like I'm trying to, show you from experience. I'm trying to tell you from experience, not from a way of saying that, telling you what to do, because you're grown. You're going to do it anyway, regardless of what I say. You're going to choose to do what you want to do anyway. I know I did it. I didn't always listen to my mom. It happens. Like, nobody always listens to their parents. So some things you have to learn from trial and error, right?
Uh-huh. Hey, but Mr. Best, let me say this, because I think me and Clarence talked about it the other night, and I'm so glad that you pointed it out. Because we talked about the exact same thing, but you brought it up. But like I told Clarence, I said, I think what we forget, because we're going to tap into it when we go into another show, and I'm having a problem with how people of our community talk about us as if we're failures or we're losers. People out there have been saying things like the Black community going to disappear in 40 years. Black community is trash, this, that, whatever. And my problem is they say this stuff without any context or any nuance or any consideration of the facts. Because as you so correctly stated, during the crack era and epidemic, which is around the 80s, do you guys know we literally lost almost 2 generations of Black people? We lost almost an entire generation through mass incarceration. Because a young man was on here last week, and he actually put in the chat, name a system of oppression that Black people went through post 1980. I said, the goddamn 1984 crime bill. That bill was directly, detrimentally, and deliberately designed for mass incarcerations of Black people. You know what did it? The crack cocaine disparity, where 100
the 3-strike rule, too, for nonviolent crime.
The 3-strike rule and the 100 and the crack cocaine disparity of 100 to 1, where a $10 of crack would be worth 100 ounces of cocaine in sentencing. The disparity, it was so fucking crazy with how these things existed.
Rico, look at the people that got 20 and 30 years for marijuana, and which is now legal
because it's the 3rd strike. Exactly. So if you had a shoplifting charge, and then you had an assault charge, and then you get caught with a dime bag of weed, that's 3 strikes. They give you 25 to life. Literally, that was disproportionately affecting Black people. And I'm like, so what happens is you take an entire generation of Black men out of the community, and does it just affect those Black men? No, it affects their children thereafter.
And the women.
I'm like, considering the fact that during the 80s, we lost almost 2 generations of Black people, I think we're doing pretty fucking good coming up out of that.
Hold on,
we have more wealth today. Let me finish, Clarence. Y'all was trying to cut me off. Stop it. We have more wealth today as Black people than we've ever had in the history of America.
Y'all gave me a show idea, which I'm gonna do next Monday. I'm gonna do it next Monday, and I want y'all to be there.
I just say that it's okay when we want to talk about things we need to fix and things that are wrong. That's fine. That's fair. I just think they throw out these salacious things, and they throw them out without any context of what we went through. And of course, it boils my blood when the first thing they want to come up with is this fucking victim Olympics and victimhood bullshit, where the guy literally said, what did he say? You can't use racism as an excuse. I'm like, is it an excuse if it's a reality? So if systemic racism and WS is a real thing and it's acknowledged by white people, how are you saying I'm using it as an excuse if it's an accepted intellectual academic reality? It's a real fucking thing. Clarence, you cut me off one more again.
Rico, can Can I just acknowledge some people in the chat? Can I do that, please?
Yeah, you can do that.
Yeah, thank you. See how Patrice is so nice and well behaved. Mr. B is so nice and well behaved. And then we got you, Rico. You just our class clown. What we gonna
I've
do?
been good with my libations today.
Yeah, get you some libations, brother. All right, well, let me acknowledge real quick, brother New Growth. Shout out to brother New Growth. Glad to have you in the building, brother.
Yes.
Sister Mickey Red. Glad to have you in the building, Monty. I saw you come up.
Mickey.
Bad connection,
Be
man.
Greasy, that dude.
Be easy. Be greasy. You
Be easy. What up?
Be Greasy.
Be easy,
With a
man.
little slick
Be
ass.
easy, man. They got that new show. They got that new show. Where is that show located at, Rico? What network is that? What location? Oh yeah, Knowledge and Relationships. Knowledge and Relationships, man. Go on over. If you haven't already subscribed to Knowledge and Relationships, this brother right here on the panel is definitely one of the contributors over at Knowledge and Relationships, and also Be Easy and Be Easy and Big Riggs have a show over there on Knowledge and Relationship Network called Easily Rigged. Hottest new show out. Hottest out there, man. You know my bar is high, so yeah, it's very hottest new show out there. Go over there to Knowledge Relation. Plus Knowledge Relation got a lot of different stuff going on over there. Go check them out for yourself. Be Easy, that dude. Shout out to Be Easy, and of course our sister, the Oracle. I invited her out here to talk about we down the road now, Sister Oracle. You still welcome to come up, but we down the road about the Tim Norman situation. But shout out to
I want to say not again, because I said it earlier, and I'm not making an excuse, because I know a lot of single mothers, like I said again, they will tend to coddle their sons. They will tend to their whole judgment can be cloudy when it comes to seeing the red flags and the behaviors and the mental issues and the anger issues with their sons. They will totally. I've seen it happen. I got a cousin, y'all. I promise you, I don't mess with these people. I got a cousin that her son, she's literally afraid of her own child. So you see what I'm saying? It's the world we live in, right?
Mm.
It's such a menace. He is such a menace, right? He is one of these persons walking around being a menace to society in Chicago, wreaking havoc. And it's just, I just say, when my mom tell me stuff that go on that, I just say it's just a matter of time, because he either gonna be 6 feet under or locked up for a very long time. It's just a matter of time. If he don't change the behavior, because
that's the type of family member, right? But
he walking around wreaking havoc on people.
Yes.
Go
ahead.
No, I'm saying, listen, mama raised them, but she raised them in a negative, because the mama, my cousin, I love her, but I don't like her, right? She messed up. And she's raising messed up children. And my oldest son is literally a menace to society. When I tell y'all, he's walking around here with armed, and he shouldn't be, because he already a convicted felon. You see, but he's wreaking havoc on people. The law be after him. He allegedly did this and allegedly did that. And when my mom tell me the latest thing, I just say it's just a matter of time, because if he don't change his behavior, he gonna be 6 feet under, or he gonna be in jail. I don't have nothing to do with them folk. I don't want to have nothing to do with them folk. And these are my blood folk. Listen, you have to cut people off. You understand? Because I don't care if they are your family members. I don't care if they're your child. And I'm speaking for me. If you that type of menace like my cousin is, I don't have nothing to do with you. I will. You go out into that world, you are in God's hands. That's how I say that. Because when there's literally nothing else that a parent can do, whether they're a single woman or a couple, if you didn't get that child help early when the red flags was there and he was exuberating that type of behavior when he was a little boy, And the last time I saw my cousin, I said, he's going to be a problem. He's going to be a problem. And guess what? He's a damn problem.
But
so yeah, women got to stop it, you know, because a lot of her behavior is unbecoming. And I'm like, you're raising children in this type of toxic behavior because you're toxic. So what do you expect your children to be?
You know how you fix that, Patrice? And this is gonna shock a lot of people. It shouldn't. And I've seen a handful of parents and even mothers do it. Because like you said, the havoc that young man's leading, guess who that havoc he's inflicting on? Other people that look like us.
Oh, absolutely. And like I told you, my cousin, who is his mother that bore him in the world, birthed him and raised him, she is literally afraid of her own child.
But Patrice, you know what you do? This is where her failure is.
I couldn't live like that.
Let me tell you where her failure is, and I've seen a few single mothers free themselves from that. You know what they do? They drop a dime on that motherfucker. They drop a dime on him. And yeah, I've heard mothers
I think she's scared to do that. I think she's afraid to do it.
I'd rather visit that motherfucker in jail and know he's alive. There are mothers out here, not a lot, and there's a couple of us that have dropped a dime on their own fucking kids for out here doing things.
Oh, absolutely. And I ain't mad at
them. All you motherfuckers.
I'm not mad at them.
I'll snitch on all you mother. I'm ratting all you dirty motherfuckers out. You better believe that. Don't bring that shit to me. Don't bring that smoke to me. No. All of a sudden, and these motherfuckers like my son. I'm like, put my house up, nigga. You crazy? I ain't
right. Right.
Can I tell y'all a story about me being selfish? I'm gonna tell y'all a story about me being selfish. My oldest boy, he's always been my rebel. Right? You know, he's Luke Skywalker, and I'm Darth Vader looking for where's the rebel base? Where's the rebel base? And we're gonna crush it, right? so he's always the one with the rebel base out there, right? So anyway, I think he turned about maybe 19 or so after singing me a song for a year. Yeah, Dad, I'm enrolling in school right now. Yeah, they checking everything out. I'm in school. I said, it take a year? Yeah, you know, they gotta check everything, make sure everything's like I said, oh, okay.
And the damn word he said is true.
Nothing, dude. You know, but I knew it. I was just giving him rope to hang himself, right? So I said, okay, yeah, okay, no problem, man. And so I said, but you know, if you're gonna live here, man, I got other children going to school. At the time, my other boys were still in school, public school at the time. So I said, hey brother, you got to be in by 12 o'clock, man, because I can't have you upheaval in the house, right? So if he knew he was going to be later than 12 o'clock, he'd just spend the night where he was at, right? Okay, so anyway, so he started spending the night with this friend of his, you know, and it was getting good. And then so he and I got into a real bad spat. So he said, well, I'm gonna tell you what I'm gonna do to you. You ain't gonna have me to push around no more. I'm gonna leave and go live with Joe Vaughn or whatever the dude's name was, whatever, right? Right. And so I said, okay, all right. He lived down there with all the gangsters, the real gangsters, right? And so I said, oh, okay, you want to go live over there in the apartment buildings? Okay, go ahead. So anyway, so he moved in over there, right? And so kind of find out the dude that he was living with was getting the grandmother's checks out the mail. He was running the whole house. He was renting rooms out in her apartment. She had like a 2 or 3 bedroom apartment. He was renting rooms out in her apartment. And he was getting her checks, cashing her checks, and doing whatever he wanted to do. And the grandmother he just kept her grandmother in her own room, just kept her, you know. But he was running everything in that house. She was scared to death of the boy, right? Because my son told me all this after he moved out and got his own place. yeah, this is what was going on with that situation. And I was like, man, I didn't even feel bad at the time. I was like, you know what? Hey, you living over there? Cool. But I was like, because I had to get rid of this boy. Y'all don't understand. Y'all don't understand. Maybe Rico got sons, man. You got Patrice.
I understand.
You got good kids.
You gotta throw them up in the trash.
These boys out here.
Throw them in the trash. You gotta throw that nigga in the trash.
I was like, hey, long as you're not my problem no more, right?
Especially them boys. They get to sniffing themselves. Fuck them.
All right. Let's get Monty in because Monty has been he's been in and out. Monty, are you there? Monty, are you there?
You on mute, Monty. You muted, Monty.
He's having some problems.
Unmute yourself.
You know what? Where he lives, I think that around where he landed, he's got bad connections down there. All right, let me ask y'all a question. Let me ask y'all a question.
Is it gonna make some damn sense or not?
Bro, Clarence, can I say one thing, please?
Yeah, go ahead.
Please.
I think the reason why we encounter the problem that we encounter as a community is because whether it's kids being out of place or them not following certain rules or them being unruly, right? You know what I mean? It's because when you look at other cultures, like if you do that, like not only are you shamed by your family, you shamed by your whole country, by your whole race, by your whole creed. And sometimes you can lose your inheritance, you lose different benefits, you know what I mean, if you turn your back on your family. So if you look at other cultures, right? Like they'll even, and I knew this because I worked with somebody who was of a different culture. They had to move one of their in-laws in. They had to do it. Like it wasn't, oh, maybe mom can move in. No, they had to move the mother in. You know what I'm saying? Because they had certain rules and guidelines of behavior. But we don't have rules and guidelines of the behavior. So everybody's unruly. So the old head's unruly, the younger ones are unruly, and then of course the kids are unruly because there's no order. But in the other culture, there's an order. In other cultures, if you don't do what you're told to do within that culture, you're ostracized. Hell, in some cultures, they'll even kill you.
Yes.
You know what I'm saying? Like, or you'll lose all your inheritance, you'll lose all your benefits. So I think that, you know what I mean? And not only that, so that's why we don't see other cultures, them really kind of dealing with that on a major scale because it's a system, it's order, right? We don't have any order. And not only that, what other cultures, the kids and the older ones are afraid of shaming the legacy of that family or that country. You know what I mean? Or that race of people. They're afraid. You know what I mean? There's a certain amount of fear. Like the boxer Manny Pacquiao, right? You know what I mean? When he became they did a documentary on him, and he was like, he had to get back to the Philippines. Like, I'm like, what do you mean you had to get back? Like, I had to really like watch the documentary in full and understand his mentality. And I was like, oh, if you don't get back, you can't come back. Oh, I got you. Like, they're not gonna let you up. They're not letting you come back if you don't do anything for them. Like, if you made 25 million, you damn sure better be giving them about 8 or 10 of that. You know what I'm saying? Or you can't come back up in here. You can't come see your family. You can't come see, you know what I mean, none of your loved ones and none of that. All that's out. You know what I'm saying? Like, you can't come back. So I think because they have a set of rules and a set of penalties based on that, I think they have different outcomes than we have. I'm not saying that those things are humane. Some of them may be inhumane compared to how we live, right? You know what I mean? Yeah. But that's just how they get down.
But my question
I got a story that mimics that exactly. I used to work with these. Hold on, Rico. I used to work. Let me tell the story real quick. I used to work with these Egyptian brothers. They both of the brothers. So one day we was just sitting around talking, man, and they was telling me about how things go in Egypt, especially in the outskirts, where there's like villages and stuff like that. And so I was saying, well, do they have courts? I was like teasing them, like, well, do you guys have at least a court system, or do you guys just say somebody's guilty and just off with their hand, right? And so I'm teasing them. And so anyway, they tell me, nah, man, that's it. They said, here's what happened. If you do something to somebody's family, over there, they go to the family. They don't go to you. They go to the family. They go say, hey, look, if you don't deliver us a corpse, we're gonna go get that corpse. So either you
Oh,
deliver it
wow.
or we gonna go get it. So I mean, if it's really that egregious, they're gonna say, hey, look, either you deliver this person or that's where the mafia gets that from. Well, you got to publish it that this person was killed or whatever, right? So that's what they said. He said they will say if it's a real egregious crime, like somebody arping somebody or something like that, they go either you guys deliver this person, mangled, or we gonna get them and mangle them, and they got to get them. They have to mangle them to save them from the other person mangling them, right? But everybody agrees to, like you said, these codes of conduct. Everybody agrees to them. Now, I think we as Black people, we had codes of conduct where but we were brutalized out of them. Follow what I'm saying? Like when we had Black Wall Street and other Rosewood and other Black communities that tried to work together, it was brutalized. Working together, we were shown that is America does not want you to do that. Does not want us as Blacks to do that. They much rather for us to be consider just our own individuality, because if we follow our individuality, we're going to be following their process. We're going to be following their culture, because that's all what's left on the table. So for us to follow our own selves, even though they put us in the position where that's all we could do, right? With the Jim Crow laws and everything, they put us in that position where all we could do was do business with each other. Then when we do business with each other, start thriving, they get mad and burn it all down, right? So my point is the brutalization of our working together has impacted us and even got us to the point where we feel like, hey, it's far better for us to chase our individual efforts than to work as a group together, because all we're going to earn is the vicious brutality of some of the outliers of the white race. Would you agree with that?
I hear you. I hear you. I know Rico was
Monty.
about to say something.
Wait, let's see if Monty back. Monty, you here?
Monty, you here?
I'm here.
All
there
right,
you go.
right.
So you got the flow.
All right. So it's a couple of things. First of all, I've been trying to get in, and the reason why I couldn't get in, because my phone, for whatever reason, it echoes, but I have to get back to my desktop, and then I can communicate with you guys.
Okay.
Right. So I had to get back to my desktop. So this conversation has been explosive on so many different layers. Right. And so whenever we're talking about Brother Tim, that what fuck him is what I say. Right. But I have siblings, and I know the way my mother would handle that. If she, and I'm not even speaking that into our existence, but as a mother that loves her child, this conversation, in my humble opinion, should take form from the mother's perspective. Her son, the kid's dad, has already died. She's already buried one child. Now she's burying her grandson and found out that her other son killed him.
Oh, man.
Right? So why fuck him? Fuck him. Fuck him. Let's think about the mother and her grief. No, you can't speak on how she should grieve. She's not only lost the two kids that she bore, she lost the kid that one of the kids that she bore. And we're saying how she should react to that. Who the fuck are you? Relax, and let's just be a great support for her. Two, I quit my corporate job because I started a life insurance agency myself. I left corporate America and started working on me. My insurance agency is AIM. Now, whenever you see AIM, that's what it's going to look like, AIM, except the I is bigger than the A and the M. The A and the M sit inside the brackets of the I, and it really means I am. That comes from I am the great I am. And I don't just sell life insurance, I sell assurance. So whenever you guys were talking about the life insurance and the da 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 da, I know exactly how that works. I think I would have to really look at the policy that Sir Tim got on his mother if she's 81. No life insurance company is going to allow you to write $1 million policy on a lady that's 81 years old. Here's why. Life insurance goes on the morbidity chart. She's close to death. She right here at dying. Nobody. That's just like me giving you $1 million. Shit, she might die tomorrow. Right? So that I think that's probably misinformation, because there's no company that's going to allow you when you get 85, you can't even write an insurance policy on someone. Not a whole life. Now you can get maybe some term. You can't even get a term. They stop term at 75. This is what I do. Sir Rico, your sons that got the insurance at their job, tell them there's some dangers to that. There's some dangers to that. It's really good to have that. But if I give you an example, the job I left was a union job. And people were starting to age out and starting to retire. So what the company done, because these people have $100,000, $150,000 policy on themselves through the job, and they're getting ready to die. So as they start to retire, the company say, "All right, what can we do to stop? We bleeding, we losing. The economy is what it is." The insurance company called them and say, "Listen, if you guys limit what you let your retirees retire with, we'll give you a break on your rate."
Money? 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 I think you went out, man.
He's spitting some truth there, though.
Yeah,
I do know that.
Yeah, but I want to say the thing is, we don't know when Tim took it out, and we don't know if that $1 million policy is is now debunked because of did he deal with the same guy that took
ass guy, right?
Right. So we just know that it was taken out. We don't know if this is a real one that was took out years ago,
right?
Or is this something as a part of what he did with the crooked insurance guy?
Well, we have to assume that.
Hey, but let me.
Oh, go ahead, Rico.
No, we don't have to assume anything, Sharon. Stop that shit. You always do that shit. We don't have to assume anything. We can question. We can push back. That's the no. Do not assume. Now,
what I'm gonna do,
I want to go back to
what
I was going to say. What I was going to say is Mr. Best, and but I wanted to let Monty speak a little bit first because I know he'd be in and out. What I did want to say is, and because I really like what Mr. Best was saying earlier, and what I want to speak to is just the fact that, again, I don't have a problem with whatever us discussing the issues of our communities or whatever. I'm just really struggling with why we speak about our community with such disdain, as like Patrice said, you're right. Fuck dismissing it. Degradation and disrespect with zero context or zero nuance, because being a member of our community and several other communities, I see that most of them have almost identical problems, but they never speak about themselves without the context or with the same level of degradation and disrespect. And it seems like we're too comfortable with letting us be the poster child, the poster community to be disrespected. Nobody else can be talked about in a disparaging way. Oh, we wouldn't be caught dead talking about the alphabet community or the Jewish community or the Hispanic community or women or people able-bodied, we wouldn't be caught dead speaking disrespectful, nor should we.
It's happening to women and men now.
Right. But nor should we be talking disparagingly about those communities. But for some reason, it's perfectly okay to punch down on us. And my problem is, it's more of us doing it than anybody else. I'll tell you guys a perfect example. I was in my libations last night, Clarence.
Right? We know you were. We know you were.
Guess what? I took a nap and I woke up and I got on the stream and called out a bigger content creator with his bitch ass. The sissy saint. Sissy ass saint. Because he was over there shitting on black people. Saint in the center.
Oh. Now, what's your problem with him? What is your problem?
If you watch his stream last night, you will see I was in the chat. Oh, he was calling me out. Oh, he's a fucking idiot. He's a fucking
What's
moron.
your problem with him, Rico?
So we're gonna at his moronic ass too.
Okay.
Oh, I'm gonna go to the clip where I was in the chat, because I was in the chat getting at his ass, and he got the same thing.
Him, Rico?
He's
shout out to Tristan, by the way. Shout out to Tristan. What's your
You
problem?
you was in his chat trolling. You was in his chat trolling.
But I was trolling about the shit he was saying. He was in that chat. Literally, this is what he did, right? He did that performative shit. You know, he does that shit out in Vegas, right? So he went somewhere in the buffet line and he trolled this black woman. And the woman, of course, he didn't pick on one small, he picked on one bigger. And he did that stupid shit. So I'm like, oh, see, once again, he trying to make us look buffoonish. Now, he did this to trigger the woman. This woman probably minding her business, trying to eat, whatever. I don't give a damn what it's at. Why are you here doing this? And of course, he picking on her because of her size and because of her color. With his old punk sellout ass. He's a punk sellout ass motherfucker. He didn't do that to a fat white woman. I bet you it was one in there. But he didn't do that to her. He found a black one. Then his little punk ass sit there. Because he kept trying to call me up. I was like, no, I'm not going to your stream because I know what your punk ass do. Your punk ass do the same shit that the mothership do, KS used to do in your safe space where you control a platform. I'm not going to be no fodder. I said, I'll extend an invitation for you to bring your punk ass to debate me on my platform where you don't control it. Oh, you don't want none of that. They want you to come up on their platform. So when you say something against them, they can want and do all this other little stupid shit.
Right.
Won't participate. The reason why this is the part where he was fucked. Because when I kept trolling him in the chat, I was super chatting. Nigga, you gotta read it. You gotta read it, right? You can't skip this little machine that automatically pulls it out. So I'm like, nah, you're not gonna skip over my shit. I'm gonna give you $10. And all his little porch monkeys. I was like, I'm laughing at all you stupid motherfuckers. I said, because you're sitting here and he's making this argument about how fucked up, black people are. And I'm like, but you're completely and that was the thing. That was the thing that made me guess like, but why are you sitting there saying that black people are so bad and you're not offering any solutions and you're completely dismissing the unfairness of the system? So when I asked him a valid question, rather than answer the question, you know what he does? He goes into this performance. Oh, it's unfair. No. Answer the question, motherfucker. Don't do your little cartoon shit, because that's what he does. And then he challenged me. Rico Young, I'm gonna drop you the link so you can come out. I'm not falling for that bait. That's what you want me to do, because I've watched you enough to see when people accept your challenge and come up to your stream, do you treat them fairly? No.
He will destroy you if he wants to, man. He will. I've seen him destroy some people.
And yes, you ever see that nigga destroy anybody on a fair platform? No.
No, not. I'm talking about on his platform. When they come on his platform.
What does he destroy you with? What does he destroy you with? First of all, you're on an unlevel playing field, so it's not even fair. So then you don't walk into the devil's den. He's got all his little fucking porch monkeys there. He's got all of, now every time he's cutting you off, he's over talking, he's doing his, so every time you try to get a point out, and see, that's what I'm not gonna do. I'm not gonna do that with none of them bitch ass niggas.
That's definitely the mothership. Yeah, definitely what they do.
Same thing with the mothership, same thing with KS. I'm not gonna do that with none of them bitch ass niggas. Because that's their whole point. And I keep trying to tell people.
Well, my thing is,
they're not gonna fight fair.
Why do y'all go and entertain that mess? Like, it's too much. It takes too much energy to try to argue a point to somebody that you know has an agenda, and you know they have swayed the narrative over to their subscribers that subscribe to the agenda that they pushing, right? So
that's true. That's true. And I shouldn't have been over there wasting my time. I just watched it and I was listening. And then you know how sometimes somebody will say,
"Hey, Rico, we finally got Monty back. Let Monty
man, hey, no, you gotta be talking about the brother. What's it? Because I just got back on. I know you talking about the dude I'm thinking about. The little short. I can't say he's short. What's the dude y'all talking about right now?
Not chaotic, Saint in the Center.
Chaotic. This dude really.
Rico don't like him either, but that's not.
I hate his ass.
Anyway, I don't know where you got where I dropped off at. It's something going on with my internet. But what I think, man, the reason I come on platforms like this is to try to educate people on our people, on what it is, the ins and outs of what life insurance really is. Insurance, period. Right? Whenever you're talking about term, okay, that's fine, but term, I will not write a term policy for certain people because you're going to lose. The only thing you're doing is fattening the pocket of what you say is the enemy. What you need to do is a whole life policy. It may cost you more. All you got to do is think about it whenever they'll tell you with the descriptors of the policy. One is called a term. That means for a term, you're going to be covered. They know that the likelihood of you dying within that term is not realistic. If you get a whole life, now change the descriptor. It's whole life. Now it may cost you $15 more a month, but it takes care of you for your whole life. Now there's benefits that come from you having a whole life policy. It builds cash value. It's something that you can borrow against. It's something. So now you have an asset rather than a bill. So my daughter, as soon as I got the contract that I just got, right whenever they said you good, I inked. They told me how much my commission would be with said policy. I wrote my daughter up on a policy that's going to start her here. It's not the difference with Gerber is allegedly. I need to say that, right? You paying the minimum, so it's like you fucking with your credit card. You paying the minimum, but if you get a policy where you pay the money that it takes, now my daughter would start her grown life with assets. She ain't got a light bill that I put in her fucking name. She ain't got none of that. And she's going to walk into her adult life with a net worth. That's the shit what niggas don't know. So this nigga was sloppy. If he wrote up a policy, it had to be 200,000 or less, right? Because once he get to 250, then the nephew would have had to go to the doctor and get a physical exam and all of that shit. So they wrote it right under the skirt of what the fuck was legal, so they could damn tell all the lies they needed to tell and then get the money for the setup. It's sloppy. That's sloppy. If any underwriter, any claim adjuster gonna say, nah, some shit wasn't right.
Okay,
Some
Monty.
shit wasn't right. This is what I know. This is what the fuck I do as part of my living. I supplement my living with selling life insurance.
But
right? And so I try to tell people the truth, right? And I pull into my people's house.
But Monty.
And they want a policy that shit, $24. Well, motherfucker, you spend that at Chick-fil-A. This is going to give your child a net worth. It cost me $30 for my daughter. And her net worth, I'm not going to put that in the internet sphere, but her net worth whenever she turns 18 is going to be far more than the $30 that I fucking spend a month. And I ain't doing that to knock her off. I'm just throwing that out there just so people as men, these are things you should do. That term shit is good. On term, I write a term for a nigga that's got a house, and the term I'm gonna write it so that as he pays his mortgage down, the term go down. Right? So it's called a decreasing term.
Money.
Right? Yes, sir.
Money. Why don't you come back and do a 15 or 20-minute class on insurance? Right?
That's what I was ready to say. That's what we need. We need him to give a class.
Because it's too much. It's too much.
Yeah, I got off topic. I'm just saying.
No, yes, I'm saying.
No, we need that, Monty. You
good
get off
information.
topic, but that's information we need.
It's just
I
we
want to
ain't
say,
got enough time for you to break it all down like you need to.
and I was sitting there thinking that the whole time, like, Monty, we need you to commit to a Sunday show and say, hey, we're gonna open the show and say after Clarence do his stuff, Monty, come in and let's talk to our community, because as me and Patrice said, it's too fucking many of us out here doing GoFunds.
Yeah,
because we don't have insurance.
Or they on the corner of the street with the car wash sign. Hey, we washing cars so we can bury this person.
So we need insurance.
The goal of this summer is for my son to go on the insurance appointments that I have, right? So he know what it looked like for his father to show up in a suit and tie and then conduct business. Right now, he knows what it looks like for a man. You don't have to be LeBron James to be a millionaire. It's a millionaire called me about 4 times a day, want me to come work through his company. He worth $8 million. He was worth $8 million when I met him. I don't know what he's worth now. Every the first of the year, December 31st at 12:31, $50,000 go into his granddaughter's savings account every year. That's how he paid what they call residual income. He got his residual income split up to go to his kids, to his descendants. So now I'm getting back to what it is that you guys were talking about. And I think that what's wrong is that the absence of the father is what's hurting us as a community. If the father is not there, then the mother, the question you ask, see, well, why do mama not ever look at it and see? Because that's not what she was created to do through God. The mother is doing exactly what she was supposed to do. Love and just love and look that she's not going to see the fault in him. The father's job is to correct the child and get him going. What we've done as a society is remove the father. And what we're creating is a male, female, and a female. So only thing left is female. So all they want to do is bitch. They need a nigga. Like I traded work. I don't just sell insurance. I also do construction work. I traded work for my son a car. I did the work, painted this lady house. She gave me the title to a fucking Mustang drop top. That's what the fuck this nigga drive. When I gave it to him, his attitude was, his mama said, well, he just don't understand. No, the fuck you say? I've been sweating. It's hot than a motherfucking Georgia. This nigga can't say thank you. So his mama would have let that go. No, not to fuck me. No, I ain't gonna say what happened, but I'm saying, nigga, you can say thank you. That's a father need to do that. A mama say it's okay. A father will correct you. Now, it's just not that I ain't getting no street cred from motherfucking showing you, but I get heaven cred from showing you. That's the difference. See, these motherfuckers want street cred. I'm trying for my soul to be at ease because I done the things I was supposed to do by my children. Fuck street cred. When they drop me in the ground, there's no one to be able to say he didn't do what the fuck he's supposed to do by his babies. He didn't do what he's supposed to do by his wife. If they do, now they may say it, but they'll be lying.
All right, Brother Monty. Yeah, I want you to come back and do insurance, but minus the F bombs, minus the M bombs.
I'm sorry. Can I just I agree with Monty, but I want to give him a pushback on a little bit on the statement he said about the mothers, because when the mothers are the only ones left there, because of the fathers are not in the household, the onus is on the mothers to see things in their child. And if they know that their child is exuding bad behavior, mental issues, anger management, that is beyond the norm, that is beyond the norm for a child, then the onus is on that mother to not have her judgment be so clouded because she's the mother. She's choosing to ignore the red flags that something is wrong with her child. She needs to take her child in for treatment.
I agree with you 1,000%. I'm not saying that anything that you guys said was wrong, but what I am saying is, if that's where we're going, then let's just be open and honest, and then let's go back to the very beginning, right? The way that the father was taken out of the house was because he was put into a prison system. And the mother chose the dollar over the father. No, you're gonna send me this money.
I'm gonna push back on that.
Not all. But ma'am, I'm telling you as a kid from a single parent home. I was raised by my mother.
Right, I get it, but I'm saying we need to stop the narrative, though, that women chose a public aid check over a man. That's not the narrative.
That's not your narrative.
Okay. Listen, for the most part, listen to what I'm going to say. For the most part, the men were already out the house and gone when that mother had to choose the welfare system. The men were already gone, because I can't see a woman saying, I'd rather have a welfare check than my husband by my side, or my kid's father by my side giving me money to help raise. I can't see that. Doesn't make sense to me that a woman will make that choice. 9 times out of 10, when a woman was on welfare, that's because that man was already gone from the scenario. They walked away, or it didn't work between them, and the man chose to not be a father. Or the women sometimes would keep the fathers from the children, so the fathers would give up. But either way it go, I'm saying that let's not act like that literally women chose a welfare check over men. That's just not the scenario. That's not the narrative. You know what I'm saying?
No, and that's not at all what I'm saying. I'm not saying that. But what I'm saying is that the way I'm telling you that I was literally raised by 2 women. My father left when I was 7.
You just said the magic word, left.
But so I did not cut you off. So allow me to finish, please. Okay, so a woman taught me how important it was for me to be a man. right? And so whenever you start giving me this pushback, no, I hold the woman accountable as well, because the way that I was raised from a woman, minus my father, was that you do the things that you're supposed to do. And then she told me about people, women, some, that may not do the things that they're supposed to do, but will leave you with the bag. And if you're telling me that every woman thinks like you do, I push back and say, no, they don't.
And I respect that, and I
What
accept that
I'm saying
pushback.
is,
And I wasn't saying every woman. I wasn't
that,
saying every woman.
what needs to happen is, I think, I think, this is just me. In 2001, I graduated from a small community college. It was the greatest day in my family's history, because I was the first from either the matriarch or the patriarch side to graduate through a 4-year school with a bachelor's degree. It was a great day for everybody. What I had learned was a way to think openly. I think as a people, we don't have the ability to think open. We think you better agree with me. And if you don't, you a sellout, you a this, you a that, you a the other. And I think that is more detrimental to us as a people than anything. If you wrong, you're wrong.
Yeah, I don't want nobody agreeing with everything I said. Like I said, I accept your pushback. I think healthy dialogue and a little pushback on both ends of the spectrum makes for healthy dialogue, as long as we're not disrespecting each other, right? So I agree with what you're saying. I know you said not all, like I'm saying not all, but there
I got a
is.
go ahead, Patrice, but I got a question for him after you get done.
Yeah, no, I just want to say that there is a narrative out in these YouTube streets that's being pushed as if they saying that women chose welfare over the men, and
Right.
that's just not true.
Yeah.
For the most part, that's all I'm saying. I'm saying when a woman, by the time a woman gets on welfare, the man is already gone, so she has no choice. She needs extra income.
Yeah.
So that's the scenario that I was
The only thing I would say to that is, and it becomes incumbent upon the man to be a father, right? I'm absolutely a father. Today, I remove my daughter. She's athletically advanced, and she's academically more so advanced, and she's spiritually advanced. So in other words, she's things good are happening for her. So I went to withdraw her from a school to give her and put her in another school where she'll have other opportunities, where her talents will be highlighted more, right? And they tell me, it's what they told me. They say, you can't withdraw. I said, what do you mean? I'm her father. They say, well, the parent that signed the paperwork when she was in kindergarten has to be the one to withdraw her. Now, this is only because they don't want to lose her athletic paralysis in their school. Not that they will not acknowledge that they shitted on. That I say that though, because I'm a father. I'm there every day. So I say, you know what? I'll move her. Don't worry about it. So what you don't think is that we have the physical and capable abilities to move our kids. They say it's school of choice. Well, I move. Fuck y'all. No, you can't do it. Your mama got to. So I say, so your president, Mr. Biden, got gas $8 a goddamn gallon, and now we got to make 2 trips down here for me to something that I can sign as a parent. We're not divorced. We together. It's my kid. She live with me. I'm saying I don't want it at this school no more. You say I can't do it. what I'm saying, what I'm trying to say to you is that I'm a father. And if women would allow us to be fathers, then some of this would go away. We as a community and as a nation have removed the father from the kid. And that is problematic. Yes, as a mother, you're going to be able to be positive.
I get it, Monty. I agree with that. I think he's going out again.
Yeah, you got a question?
Yeah, I
I
got a question.
agree. I agree with that, but it's a two-way street, right? Because there are women that allow the fathers to come and be fathers, right? So kudos to them. And then you have the women that don't, that keep their fathers away from the children. Hence my ex daughter-in-law, right? So there's a slew of women out there that are like my ex daughter-in-law. And then there's also men out there that don't give zero F's about their kids. They not trying to pay child support. They skipping. They're not in their child's lives being productive, helping co-parent. Just because they not with the mama, they still won't even co-parent. So we got so many different scenarios, right, to that. But I agree with you, Monty, on that. But it's other scenarios. That's the reason why the Black community is losing as well. Hence those said things I just said.
All right, Monty, are you there? Monty's not there. Man, dog, I had a good question for him too. I had a really good question for him. Okay, okay, y'all. We are going to start wrapping this stuff up. Let's start wrapping it up. Who wants to go first?
Okay, I'll go first. Great powerhouse show. Patrice, thank you for the suggestion. This was good. I never I didn't watch the reality show. I always heard about it in passing, like through on internet searches and whatnot. And it was a great damn topic. I didn't know how in depth. It's still a lot to take in when you think about it. It's a lot to take in. A lot. Awesome topic. Glad and that's what I like in this space is we're doing a little bit more originality. We're not talking about the same salacious fuckery that everybody else is talking about, and I hope that continues to serve us. I wouldn't even have thought of it. So I'm again, kudos, hats off to you for coming up with a great topic that we could discuss. And like you said, it has veins that go on into the better Black life. We got to talking about insurances and weddings and funerals.
I really want him
And
to come
these
back
are
and do
more
it. I
topics.
want him to come back and do a class on that.
Yeah, and these are more topics that we need to start talking about because we don't talk about enough in the Black community. Because I guess these Negroes think they're gonna live forever, and we all know that ain't gonna be the case.
You know what? Most Black men, they think like this: y'all work it out when I'm gone. Y'all work it out.
But then you got these Black women, and I'm telling you, I'll tell a nigga in a minute, don't even hit my social medias with a fucking GoFund. Don't. I ain't GoFunding this shit. If you got kids and you don't have no fucking health insurance, that's on you. Because I think that's a responsibility that we all bear. You shouldn't have to have it on your kids, but you have to. But all this whole who the fuck I got to bury your stinking ass for? You out here begging for strangers. I wish GoFund would stop letting them do that shit. I don't even think it was intended.
They not gonna do that because they get a percentage of it. They get a percentage, so they're not gonna do that.
They won't, but I think originally GoFund was intended. I don't think it was intended for burials. I think it was intended for people to raise funds for charitable causes and so forth. And you look at how it just got motherfuckers is running here GoFunding for their wedding, GoFunding for this.
To invest in businesses, Rico.
Is that what it was for?
Yeah, where you could go out and you can go to the public and you can offer them an interest in the business and
you got thoughts that go to the NBA All-Star game and go funding money to get back home. All kinds of trifling shit. Seriously, and it's just like it's ridiculous. To me, It is disgusting. It's embarrassing. I would do everything I could to shut it the fuck down so you niggas just don't get buried. Fuck it. Put them in the garbage. It doesn't make
Where they
sense.
gonna put them? Where they gonna put them? Behind your house, Rico?
In the garbage. In the garbage. Put them in trash. Take them to the landfill. Because it used to be, and I'm gonna tell you this, and when they talk about our generation, you know what our generation used to have? They used to have the insurance man. Where he used to come around and collect.
Yeah, he came to your house.
Come around and he collect. I remember my mama, he come around once a week or once a month and he collect.
Yeah, sure did. Mine too.
So when the fuck did we become so trifling that we don't do that no more?
Hey man.
So when the fuck did we become so that's fact. So that's my closing remarks.
You gotta get the echo. You gotta get that echo off.
At YouTube. You gotta close down the YouTube window.
Yeah, that got me. That got me.
Okay. That's where the echo.
So I'm gonna get out of here. That was my closing remarks, sir. Thank you. See you on the next one. Great job, Patrice. Great way to knock it out the park with the topic and the subject, and of course the way you brought it in.
Okay. Rico, you don't after the stream, you guys ain't got like 5 minutes.
Yeah, I do.
Okay.
Just drop me down, Clarence.
Rico, before you go, bro. Before you go, Mr. C and Miss OG. Like,
yes.
For real, I respect all of y'all. That's the only reason I keep coming back.
Same here, brother.
We respect you too.
Absolutely.
What we about to do? This is what I'm finna do, right? And this is the point I was trying to make. Right now, I'm about to go do something for my mother. That's who birthed me. I'm gonna go do that. There ain't no charge. I'm gonna go do that because she need my help.
Of course.
And then from there, I'm gonna take my daughter to the park because she's working. She's doing the things. My thing with my daughter is, my thing with my son is, you be working when they sleep. And we'll find out what happens at the end of the road.
Mm-hmm.
So while they sleeping, we're gonna be working. We're going to the park to get a little extra work in, right? So that she ahead of the game. She ahead of now. What I'm really teaching her is a work ethic, but I'm doing it through where I'm spending time with them and I'm being their father and I'm showing them what it means to work to go get you. I think that's what's been removed. Right? And the only reason I do it is because I didn't have a father.
Mm-hmm.
And I said, my kids will not live what I lived. And damn it, I'm going to do that. Excuse me, Mr. C.
Okay. Sorry.
So I'm going to make sure they do that. I don't think that I'm the only me out here. I believe it's some more of us out here. If somebody with Miss Lori Harvey, if you gave the boy a chance to be what you say you wanted, so you say you tried. I've been the dude that'll catch you by your track and slam your face into your bed rest. That's how you started the show. But that ain't now I'm a father now. So I'm not finna keep living that life and then be telling my daughter that's how she need to live. She ain't gotta learn how to live life that way. And if Steve, with all that money, if you ain't taught your daughter no better, then I question Steve. How about that?
All good, brother. We're trying to wrap the show up, brother. So if you have
I'm through. Man, y'all be blessed. If y'all want to talk insurance, we can do it anytime. We can go property and casualty. Okay. That's when you're talking about your property, or we can go life and health. It don't matter.
Monty.
That goddamn New Growth piece of work. He got me. New Growth got me.
He got you. He got
me good with that.
Money.
He a piece of work. New Growth a goddamn piece of work.
Money. The ball is in your court. Hit me up on, tell me what Sunday you available to spend about 20 minutes teaching a class on insurance.
We need
it. We'll set it up. So now the ball's in your court, brother. You got my email. I got your email. You can hit me up and tell me what Sunday you got available, or what day you got available for it.
I sent you my email. I never got an email from you unless I overlooked something. I'm available whenever you want to do it.
Send me another one, Monty. Send me another one, and I'll make sure I respond to you, telling you it's me.
Oh,
go ahead and drop me, Clarence.
That felt good, man. That felt good. Anyway, all right, Monty. So can you do that, man? Can you do that for me?
Yes. I'm trying to I'm gonna send
It's
I'm gonna
talking about
send you my
if you
I
don't
send
have
you
it
my link
anymore.
now. Let me get back to the chat.
Okay, if you don't have it, if you don't have my email, you can go to my about page on this channel, and you just go and click on that, and then where it says if you email, just click there, and you can email my email come up, and you can just click it and just email me from there. All right.
Okay. I like it. I
Thank you,
love it.
Monty. Thank you.
OG Patrice, I love you. I swear to God.
Respect. Right back at you. Right back at you. Right back at you, young man. Right back at you.
All right, Monty, I'm gonna pull you down, man. Thank you.
I'm putting it in now. See in the chat.
Okay, brother, and okay, I'll hit you back. Okay.
Matter of fact, it's Monty.Romans828 @gmail. Monty.Romans828. Pull up Romans 828. All things work together for the good.
All right.
Monty.Romans828 @gmail.com.
All right, but Monty, please hit me, brother. I'm not gonna remember that. You think I'm gonna remember that after Patrice start talking to me, bro? I'm gonna forget everything he said.
Wow.
Patrice.
Monty, he trying to find somebody to blame it on. Monty, he just
Monty,
it's all good.
Rico's gone, so Patrice is next on the list. all right, but Monty,
so I'm hitting send now. Do you got that?
You I got it right there. I got it right there. Thank you, brother.
Okay. All right. I'll talk to y'all later. Sister Patrice,
all right.
Much love.
Always a pleasure.
Big C, I'll talk to you later, bro.
Same to you, brother.
Always a pleasure. Always a pleasure. All right. That was Brother Monty. And then there was two.
Yeah, I want to give a shout out to Monty and to brother Mr. Best 84 for coming up here, and I appreciate their opinions and point of views, and they absolutely had some great talking points, some truths, some truths that even us as elders have to face things too. I just want to see the younger generation moving on, right? Because here's my final thought and solution. Every time things like this with this whole Miss Robbie situation happens, we take a L in the Black community because people think it don't affect them because it don't affect them directly. It doesn't affect them indirectly, right? And I always say that as a community as a whole, it affects us indirectly. Some solutions is, again, we keep using that A word, accountability, more, right? And it's easily to throw around, but if you don't put the action behind it, it just falls by the wayside and you're just talking on deaf ear, right?
Yeah.
So accountability looks like women, and I'm speaking as a woman to women, to my Black sisters. If you're a single mom and you are raising children or a child that have behavior problems, that have anger management problems, that have some kind of mental disorder going on, stop ignoring the red flags. Get out of the cognitive dissonance, get out of your clouded judgment, because that's your child that you bore in the world and love so much, because he's a human being. He or she is going to grow up one day and they're no longer going to be in your care because they're going to be adults. And then because of things that you chose to ignore becomes a problem for society as a whole. Again, these are things that affect us directly and indirectly. And I'm not saying Miss Robbie did that, but I'm saying that we have to pay attention to the red flags, even in our children and our spouses. We have to, because this is the problem. There is, when we are so led by greed and gluttony and jealousy and envy, that we are literally conspiring, plotting, and planning the demise of our own blood relatives, something is truly wrong.
Crazy.
And some things can be avoided if you in time reach out and get your child the help that they need, regardless of what the taboo is about mental health in the Black community, what society thinks, what your kinfolk think, what your neighbors think, what your friends think. If your child needs help, get them help. Because like Sister Lunell said, and I give it to her for her stand-up when she addressed it, the other community whose majority of these mass shooters coming from, and they coming from two-parent households. Listen, our children are broken. Our children are broke. We cannot just business as usual, stick them in their room, let them get programmed with social media, letting them get programmed with entertainment, let them get programmed with music that's negative, letting them get programmed with video games that's nothing but violence. We cannot stick them in a room and forget about our children. They are broken and they crying out for help, and we are ignoring the red flags. And it doesn't matter if you're in a two-parent household or one. Women, you got to step up and you have to do better. Men have to step up and do better. Because like you said, like I think it was somebody on the panel, I forget who. Oh, Monty. I think he said sometimes men see things that women don't see, and they may call it out, and the woman may get an attitude about it. I've seen it happen. I've seen that happen. Well, a man will say, "Hey, well, you know, why is he behaving this way in class? Why he keep acting up or what?" And these are active fathers, and the woman, well, you did, and I'm doing the best I can, and why don't you, you know, that whole thing. We got to stop that. You know, because if you're co-parenting, you should be able to sit down and communicate and have the conversation. It's a problem with our child. What are we going to do about it? So that your children don't end up exuding behavior that Tim Norman has done.
Yeah.
Like this is a real problem, you know. Yeah. And a lot of times they just don't grow up and be 17 and decide to go out and murk somebody one day. This is a pattern of behavior that led up to these things most of the time.
Yeah.
You know, and we have to call a thing a thing. We have to, it is what it is. We have to call it, if it's that, it's that. Yeah. And stop cuddling. Women, stop cuddling your male children. You can raise him, but you can't teach him to be a man. Let a man that want to be in his life, whether it's a father, a mentor, or uncle, let them be in their lives. Because this is the brokenness of Black boys that I see in the community every day.
Yeah. Yeah. I used to see it too all the time.
You know, so these are some of the solutions and things we could do. We really got to step up more and be more accountable. And don't get mad if your friends see it in your child, another relative see it in your child, and they come to you with it and you get mad in the attitude, and now you're mad at them because they calling something out and they seeing a pattern of or a behavior in your child that you are choosing to ignore. Stop it. If the school is always calling your child, calling you as a parent about your child getting in trouble, their behavior, their anger problem, check into that.
Yeah. Yeah.
Like real talk. Because this is another L as a community we have to take. And my heart and prayers go out to Miss Robbie, because she is the one that is probably tossing and turning in dealing with this. And I know she's a Christian woman and she's a praying woman, and I wish her all the best with that, because as a mother and as a woman, I can't even wrap my brain around what she must be going through. Real talk. But these are some of the things that we have to really face in our community. Because anybody that can go to a Black Lives Matter rally and protest and march and talk about we need to stop the Black on Black crime. This is the same person that deleted their own nephew. Ooh. Now you tell me that's not a problem. I mean, he could go to the scene of the crime with his mother and just act just hunky-dory like it's just another day in the hood.
But those are what do they call those people, Patrice? Not psychotic, but what do they call them? Psychopathic.
Narcissistic sociopath.
Yeah,
Sociopath.
Sociopathic, where they can just act like something like that, and they can just walk right by it, like nothing happened. Like
And total oblivion. Like that's how the mind of people like that work. And I promise you, like more research I've been doing on psychology, and I'm learning that males suffer with it more so than women do. Women suffer from it too, but men suffer from it it's a higher percentage wise. And I'm not a doctor again, so I'm not giving medical advice or therapist. I'm just saying behaviors, guys, behaviors that is abnormal. And we all know what abnormal is. Stop it. We know what abnormal is. We know when your child is not behaving like a regular child, even if you're in the park and your child is in the sandbox playing with another child and he's doing mean things consistently to children. Every time you take them to the park, every time they're in school, it's a problem. That is a problem. We have to stop ignoring the signs. Yeah. And I digress. I close with that, Bro Clarence.
All right, Patrice, I'm gonna pull you down. Hold tight, hold tight. All right, that was our sister Patrice. What do y'all think? I gotta wrap it up quick because I'm looking at Rico, and Rico don't look like he got too much longer to go. So I better get it going. I better wrap this one up quick, y'all. I can't slow drag this one out. All right, I want to thank everybody in the chat. You guys always do an excellent job. Keep our chat nice and clean. It's squeaky clean. We could have CPS come over here, so clean over here, man. I appreciate all of y'all, man. Everybody that came through, and everybody came through in the chat, hung out, stepped their foot in. Everybody in the bushes, we appreciate y'all. You guys in the chat, strong performance by everybody in the chat. Risa, thank you. I see you kind of take charge of that situation. Thank you so much. And Quantum, all of you guys over there, New Growth, all you guys over there, Be Easy, all of you guys, everybody over there with a wrench. You guys keep everything going. Okay, I got him, Rico. Yeah, I got him. You know what I do now, Rico? I write everybody down now. I write everybody comes on down so I don't forget. Okay, yeah. So everybody in the chat, thank you guys, because you guys make it happen. You guys make it happen for you, man. We got love for y'all too, man. That's why we have these conversations with y'all, man, because we want y'all to have a place to go when y'all get tired of all of that craziness that's going on out there, man. I know y'all want to watch some of it, but when y'all get tired of all of that, y'all at least have a place to come where you can have serious conversations, man, and you can jump in them if you want to. All right, chat. Strong performance from the chat. Strong performance. Who else came up today? Rico came up. Rico Young came up today. I guess it was a strong performance. No, just kidding. Rico's always got a strong performance. Always comes from different angles sometimes, but he's always for the people. Shout out to Rico. Strong performance. Von Bryant came up. Strong performance. Strong performance from Von Bryant. He didn't stay too long, but he came in, dipped in real quick. Said his piece. And he has some other work to do. Shout out to Von Bryant. OG Patrice came in. What do you think about OG Patrice? What do y'all think about OG Patrice? Solid performance. A solid system, man. Solid performance, man. Solid performance. OG Patrice came in and actually gave us the idea for the topic of the show. So yeah. So I know that they got other platforms where they say, "Oh, a woman can't do this and a woman can't do that, and their hands just supposed to be around a broom." Well, I'm glad I got a sister like Patrice to prove all that stuff, man. Because she out here, she has a lot of ideas, and we ain't moving fast enough for her. Shout out to Sister Patrice. Mr. Best came through. Shout out to Knowledge and Relationships. Mr. Best came through. He came out and he came on real strong. It was a solid performance from Mr. Best, man. Solid performance, as always. But solid performance from him. He spent a little extra time with us today. Shout out to him. But, he's a very busy young brother, so shout out to him. And then, of course, Monty came through. Monty came through once again, man, with, lessons and, just his perspective on different things, man. And, he is a straightforward type of cat, man. So Shout out to Brother Monty. Appreciate you for that, man. Solid performance as always from Brother Monty. Was just in for just a hot second because he's having connection problems with his phone, so he had to go home, get on the desktop. But solid performance from Brother Monty. Everybody today did a great job, man. Guys in the chat did a great job. Everybody on the panel did a great job, and that's what we're looking for. That's what we all want to hear me say at the end of the show, man. Everybody did a great job. We all watched each other's back. You guys in the chat watch our back from the chat. We try to watch your back from the panel, and we all work together, man. See, they say black people can't work together, but we work together. We all work together to have a tremendous show. Was it salacious? And we didn't even disrespect the brother that's in jail. He did all this criminality. We didn't even disrespect that brother. We everybody said they, but they didn't attack him personally. They just said, hey, for what you did, you should pay for it, right? We didn't attack the family. We didn't attack none of that stuff. So shout out to all of us. We did a great job, y'all. Okay, so we're going to be back on Thursday. I don't know what we're going to do yet. I hope we're going to do a movie. I got a movie in mind. I hope I'm going to talk to Patrice and Rico right now, see if we can do that movie. And then, of course, I got to do Patrice's movie, so something new one of these days. I got to do that. Maybe she'll forget, y'all. No, we're going to do something new. I don't know if we're going to do it Thursday. We got to check Patrice's availability and Rico's availability. But all right, man, we'll see y'all on Thursday at the next time we come up. All right, any suggestions or anything, y'all just hit me in the email. All right.